Enable. Yay. Stream started. Yay.
Yeah.
Yo, Santiago. Oops. I didn't accidentally. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. My throat isn't. Did pretty well on my Italian final, I think. I mean, I finished it in 20 minutes. Yo, FFDD. Thanks for the good like. Yo, Sajad. You're not first today. That's crazy. Bro got beat. Bro's usually the first to say anything in chat. He was not. He loses out. I'll read that in a second. Have I ever tried Pokemon MMO? There was a fan-made Pokemon MMO I played back when I was a kid. I can't remember what it was called though. This is like Crystal something, I think. It was like one of the first Pokemon MMOs that was ever made, I think, if I remember correctly. WSG? I don't think so. Yo, poser. I can't remember what I can't remember what it was called. Like Crystal Fissure? Is that what it was called? Something, I can't remember. It was like back, I think, when there was only Gen 4 or Gen 5. It may have been Gen 3, but I doubt it because I think I was a teenager. And when I was a teenager, we were at least up to Diamond and Pearl. I can't remember. I only played it for a couple of days, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna just do something else. Because that's usually what happens. Same thing happened when my friend tried to get me into RuneScape when I was 11. I played it for like a week, I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is boring, and then I just fucking stopped. Yet I liked Neopets. Man, I miss old Neopets. Old Neopets, that was the shit. I played that for like a whole year. Neopets was fucking cool. I remember I used to have arguments with my best friend at the time over Neopets. It was pretty fun. Like, I mean, this was before a lot of people had cell phones, so like, I remember like, for some reason, like, I don't remember why I called him. The nut is not nutting, this is true. I don't remember why I called him, but I called him for some reason, and then we were just arguing about Neopets for, like, no reason. We were arguing like an old married couple over Neopets when we were both 11. That was pretty funny. I haven't talked to him in years. I've tried getting in contact with him, but the easiest way to get into contact with him is Facebook, and I'm not using fucking Facebook. I tried on Xbox Live, because we have each other on Xbox Live, but, he's too busy. He's got a family. He's got a full-time job. Last time I talked to him was 2015. Big shame. Oh yeah, his kid's like a teenager now almost. Shit, dude. I am playing on the right version. I'm not. Am I? I'm not. I'm playing on NTSC. That would make sense why the nut isn't nutting like it normally does. There are collision differences between them. Between NTSC and PAL. That would make sense why, because like I got used to playing on the European version and the nut reacts slightly differently. Patience scares you. You couldn't do this without getting frustrated within the first few attempts. I would say that it's not as much patience as it is occupying myself. Like, as long as I have something that is occupying me while I'm doing something, I have no problems with, like, as long as I have something occupying me, I'm usually fine. But yeah. So this is why I generally don't do offline attempts, because with offline attempts, I need to do stuff. Yeah, hence the chat, exactly. I don't do offline attempts very often, specifically because I need to have something going on. Or I usually get bored. It's not so much the frustration as it is boredom. Because when you do something so many times over, I mean, I've done speedrunning for like 15 years. The thing is I'm used to the repetition. The only thing is that the repetition does get a little boring. Streaming attempts kind of makes the attempts a lot more palatable, just because there's other people there to talk to you. Yeah, and the reason why the nut was, like, really misbehaving is just because there are, like, weird differences between, the NTSC and European versions. They are, like, extremely minor. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not, like, massive, and they don't really make much of a difference, but for nut, it does. It also makes, like, certain movement differences, but that's more to do with how it registers the stick values than it does, actually affect how you're moving. A lot of people do kind of assume that, a lot of people that speedrun are doing autistic repetition, which is a little different. You're laughing at all these skips, nice. That is a normal reaction for this game. Need to stop. Okay. Surprised it didn't drop my jump there. Nice. I'm behind the cycle. Should be okay, but I'm a little behind the cycle. I'm sorry? Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. That should not have happened. That was interesting. Yeah, this category is quite optimized. Is there a clear difference between American and European? Yo, Jet, thanks for the good luck. There's one clear difference between the American and European versions of Xbox. And mind you, there is an NTSC J, but it is just NTSC U without... The only difference is that the box comes with... the box does not censor one of the things on the back, and the serial number is different, but like all the files are the exact same. The only difference, at least for Xbox, is that certain cutscenes have desyncs on the NTSC version, so they take longer. Like the Brio cutscene, for example, that's actually the reason why I am playing on the European version, is just because I lose like 4 seconds to the Brio cutscene. Other than that, like, all of the differences are so minuscule that you would not notice them. Unless you're, like, at an extremely high level, like, these, like, little collision differences, like with the nut, nobody would actually get. You wouldn't notice it at all. Hello. Or you would probably assume it's a skill issue over a version difference. Like anybody that was seeing when I was playing on NTSC, I was doing things differently with the nut, so I was getting different results. And then when I switched to this version, since I've been practicing on it, I got nut skip first try. That doesn't mean I will continuously get it first try, but it's a pretty big indicator. It's a pretty big indicator of, like, there's actual differences. Because you have to react to the nut slightly differently. It's weird and it's hard to explain. Because, like, the only thing that you really have to go on is just, like, what you're used to and what you're not used to. Damn it. I was one notch to the right. There are a lot more major differences between Xbox and PS2, but those major differences are, still not that much. There are a couple of those little phantom ledges that are easier on Xbox. Most of them are the exact same. And loads are just faster on Xbox. PS2 also crashes more often in like a lot of cases. There is one Xbox exclusive crash, but the only category where the Xbox exclusive crash happens is this one, and it's pretty easy to avoid. It's because an AoE skip, if you touch one of the triggers, it just crashes on Xbox for no reason, but it doesn't crash on PS2. It does soft lock, but it doesn't crash. And The differences between the PS2 versions are much larger. You get the gray screen sometimes. That is a crash. The gray screen means you did not pause long enough. Ah. Also, I probably won't be streaming this early, in the coming days. My fucking capture card's doing this stupid thing again. I'm trying to readjust my sleep schedule so that way I'm waking up later and going to bed later. And that will basically mean that I'm going to be streaming later. But, for now... And also, like, by the way, whole subathon thing, the ideas are almost finalized. I just need to figure out the numbers, and then I need to figure out a date. It's gonna be a little later this month, but not that much later. I might start it on the 13th of May. Have big edges? What does that mean? In NTSC 1.0, there is an extra tree that makes totem skip free, but you can't do zombie because zombie is a full soft lock. No matter where you do it, zombie is a full soft lock in NTSC 1.0. Also, Dingo Dial crashes if you don't die. I don't really know the differences between NTSC 1.1 and 1.2. But they aren't very large. And, PAL, the differences are Coco cannot damage you in the Perky here cutscene. Evil Crash will spin around in circles. And the ant enemy pathways in Ant Agony are fucked, which can cause a crash in Ant Agony at the beginning. Those are the only real, like, differences. There is one ledge that is PS2 exclusive, as far as I am aware. And playing on Xbox 360, if Cortex is not in the chunk, or if he's not rendered in memory, but you spawn in a world checkpoint, without being in a loading screen, the game will not crash. That is 360 exclusive. However, if it's a loading screen, it will still crash. And the interesting thing is that, you can phase through walls with that, but you can't throw Cortex. That is, 360 exclusive. There is also a misconception that we kind of, like, caused. How do people find stuff? Knowledge, accidents, and the scientific method. A lot of people kind of like... So, here's the thing when it comes to finding glitches, because I am a glitch finder myself. If you're good at replicating stuff, and you know how to follow the scientific method, and yes, glitch finding is science, and it follows the scientific method. You use hypotheses and stuff. The only thing that really kind of generally doesn't happen is control group versus independent group, but it still follows the same ideals. Is like, usually what happens is there is an accident that happens, and then somebody looks at that accident, and they say, how do I replicate it? And then they come up with hypotheses to figure out, okay, maybe it's this, or this, or this, or this, or this, and they keep experimenting until they figure out how to actually replicate it properly. Usually, a lot of people say, like, me, who I'm more of a knowledge buff, so, like, I use previously attained knowledge. You can basically... like, use your knowledge to kind of, like, say, okay, well, I've seen this happen in this instance. Maybe this is what happened, and essentially, like, you keep doing that. Now, some people, like me, my particular area of expertise is, mechanics and, momentum. So, like, I am very good at figuring out when something is physically possible and when something is not physically possible, and I can come up with something that people would be like, what the fuck, how did you figure that out? Like this, for example, that version of Tikimon skip, I figured out you could do that, just because I knew very well the momentum mechanics, which nobody ever tried for, and it was one of the oldest skips that hadn't been changed in, like, years at that point. But then there are also other people that are extremely fucking talented. Now I have my own area of expertise where, like, I can be very creative, or at least that's what I have been told. There are some people that can just figure out this, like, crazy fucking shit, like Spiral 1, Cove skip is, like, insane. Twilight Harbor skip, those were... At least one of those were found by a guy named Tuval, who was, like, insane. He also found, Gelato Beach skip. And it's, like, generally taking a very obscure mechanic and then looking at something by accident and then just like, saying, oh yeah, we should be able to do this. And some people are just insane at that. I'm not exactly good at coming up with new stuff, but I'm very, very good at coming up with creative ways of finding, using old stuff to find new stuff. A good example is, and you haven't seen it yet, but I modified Academy of Evil skip. Tuval's literally the goat of skips in Spiral 1. Yes. I found a couple, actually, believe it or not. But that's beside the point. Let's see here. So, in Academy of Evil skip, since we play on hard drive on Xbox, the arena loads in too fast. But I learned you could use pause buffering to essentially frame body slam. Essentially, like, you can hold the D-pad and then also hold the B button for body slamming to be able to frame perfectly, be able to inch crash to where he clips into the wall so he can load the arena without having to do anything else. Which, since my loads are too fast, because it depends on keeping the arena loaded, for me, my resets would, like, be 20 times as much as they are right now. So I came up with something new based off of some obscure knowledge that I knew, And it worked. But a lot of times, like, since my my expertise is all in mechanics, I will mess with things most people don't mess with. So it would be like, for example, I found new ways to do warp skip using, and skipping the body slam, by the way, using a twin jump, which nobody was messing with. Everybody would just, like, get Cortex up, and then you would body slam onto the N. And everybody said, well, that's just it. And I said, that's not it. I hate this. It doesn't fucking work. Because body slams just do not like fucking working. Yo, Ali, thanks for the good luck. So, I eventually came up with a method to delay Cortex's spawn, so that way I could jump up while he teleports to me, so I can jump up off of his head, and it ended up becoming very consistent. And this strat is actually used in the run right now. But in standard any percent, I was having trouble because doing that, you have to do some weird shit to spawn Cortex, so that way the game doesn't crash. So what I did was I'm like, okay, what if we just bring Cortex up there? I was taking a shower, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck happens if we just bring Cortex up there? And I'm like, there's no way that this fucking thing works, right? And I, like, tried it. I got it second try. I'm like, holy shit. Because that saved, like, 10 seconds or something like that. And it made the run so much easier. I went from literally having to do thousands of resets to PB to only 100. And I PB'd, like, 5 or 6 times or something like that in a month. And, like, sometimes things are really complex. Like, we were working on, I was working on Cortex Antagony, which is basically bringing Cortex into Antagony to, one, make sure that when you die in Antagony, the game doesn't crash, and two, to speed things up. And I actually, like, I worked on it for months and months, but there was an issue. It was still slower until somebody found that you could skip the ant fight, the first ant fight, by slamming Cortex's face into the button. And it was like, well, that was just what we needed, and it was like 30 seconds faster, I think, at the time. And then, I worked on a skip that was previously considered, tool-assisted only. And then I worked on it for like 2 weeks, and then I eventually came up with a method, and I'm like, okay, I'm doing this because it saved like 10 seconds. Eventually, Antagony saved like 50 seconds overall. And also that skip eliminated a trick that was basically RNG. Not really RNG, but it was basically RNG. It was not really humanly possible to perform. So, like, and the thing is that there are quite a few people who were around at the time I was doing that. Those may still be on YouTube, those streams. It was like mid-2025, but I don't remember if I was still streaming on YouTube at the time. Ah. Unfortunately, like, I would love to say that the process of finding skips is, like, super elegant and, like, you know, this cool kind of shit, but a lot of times it's, like, usually, like, the most simple fucking thing you could imagine. Guy does something by accident. Guy replicates it. Unless you go to a guy like Tuval, then there's always, like, a story. Good example, by the way. Something I found. So in Halo Combat Evolved, there is a level called Two Betrayals. And, there's a flying vehicle called a Banshee. And, I was seeing a runner who was always losing his runs to something called Fast Ghost, because, like, if you immediately went for the Banshee and then grabbed the Ghost without despawning the enemies, you had such a high chance of dying, but it saved like 20 seconds. But I remembered that there was some guy that got the Banshee through a broken door. I erroneously thought that he did it legitimately. He did not. He used cheats. So I'm like, okay, well, if you could get the Banshee through there, let me just fucking ram the Banshee in there until it works. 30 minutes later, I find something massive. Didn't even know I found something massive. And it's as simple as that. Like, I literally just rammed a vehicle into a broken door until it just fit. That is a prime example of exactly how skips are found. Most skips and tricks are not found elegantly. It's usually very, like, brute force. Yeah, the best part is I didn't even know I actually found something new, because the way that the old guy got the thing through the door was he used infinite ammo with rockets. Final 3. You gotta beat every level 8 times. That's fucked. Then you have to beat the game in 40 minutes? Oof. Good luck. Gambatte. This is a pretty slow high seas, by the way. There's another, like, really funny story that I have in Spyro: A Hero's Tale, where I was starting to learn any percent, and there's this place with, like, ice, and you can't charge jump on ice, and charge jumping is faster, just for context. And, like, I was practicing the ice movement, and I found out that if you could charge off of this rock and get a jump. But then I realized that if you don't let go... No, that's not a new cutscene skip. I found out if you don't let go of the stick... you can't jump. And I'm like, what? So I look through it, and then eventually I'm trying it off of rocks, and I found out you could do it on walls. Any wall that was slightly angled, you could basically do an infinite jump off of. And I destroyed the entirety of any percent. There was still, like, the fucking... Amico buona fortuna. Grazie. Okay. I did a slide jump instead of a long jump. How am I doing today? I'm doing okay. This is pretty fast. So there was actually still evidence of the Skype group, or like a Skype. There's a screenshot of a Skype conversation I had with a guy called Crash41596, and then I message him. It's like very late winter of 2014, and I just message him. I'm like, I fucking found an infinite jump. He's like, what? It was really funny. Unfortunately, the moment in which I found it was lost. And I think I was streaming at the time. But the moment at which it was found is lost to time, unfortunately. I have stories. I have like I think like I have 1,500-ish videos of me finding shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna lose a second, I think. I'm 2 seconds off of my sum of best, but I did split early. I mean, everything basically depends on the next split anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Boing, 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 boing. Ah, coming down. Boing, 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 boing. Ah, get down, get down. Probably your favorite song in the game? I think you're the first person who has ever said that. I mean, I like this soundtrack. I like that song too, to be honest. It's a very good song. It's one of my favorites. But I don't think I've ever seen anybody mention that it is their favorite. Okay. Now we get to see... I might be live. I did say I was going to stream today, I think. You're not 100% sure, but it's top 5. How is my day? Okay. I am faster than most of my other runs from Tuesday. I finished my Italian final exam in 20 minutes. I was the first person done, and I was like looking around like, why is everybody taking so much time to do this? This is easy as shit. Probably because they were trying to build the sentences at the final part of the essay, because we had to parrot stuff from a paragraph, and I looked at the paragraph, I'm like, all you have to do is restate the fucking question. Now, to be fair, I speak Spanish. Italian is easy. But, like, well, there was also subjunctive, and subjunctive is... Aw, man! I lost 3 seconds because I got the slow death. To be fair, yeah, there was also subjunctive, and when you speak Spanish, subjunctive is pretty easy, because you use subjunctive all the time. Nope. Damn it. Come on. Damn it. Run is pretty much dead now. Yeah. Watch, I'm gonna get it this time. Nope. That is the unfortunate thing about Hub 3 is that, the unfortunate thing about Hub 3 is that it does not matter what kind of pace you're on. This exists. And this is still a very tough trick. It's not inconsistent, but it's tough. And your run entirely hinges on... Your run entirely hinges on this trick and then like the full AoE skip. I think I got it now. What? There's no fucking way I slipped. I've never seen Crash slip like that before. Yeah, the reason why this is so tough is because, there's a wall right here. If that wall weren't there, this would actually be really easy. But you have to do some, like, really precise shit. It would be easier if you could see. But the problem is you just can't see. Careful not to die from the spears. Yes. Well, what you should do, understand the cycles. The Watchers have cycles. That is not gonna work. It worked. So they always walk in cycles, or they always check in cycles, and you can crouch to prevent them from seeing you. As long as you crouch in the water, and how it works is that if you're outside of, like, their view box, if you're outside of their view box, they will, if you're outside of their view box, when they start looking, you can enter their view box. So, crouch in the water. But the thing is like, you need to, know their cycles. And since each chunk spawns in, you need to do that. You need to basically, like, since the chunks spawn in, you can't use my run as a reference because you're on emulator. You can only use my run as a reference if you're on Xbox and you're playing off of hard drive. It would be better for you to check out a PS2 run because the loads are different. The cycles start as the chunks load in, and on PS2 they load in slower. I think if you're on the same PS2 model as Joe, you actually don't have to stop at all. I have to stop for a half second. At the first watcher, you see I stop. I have to do that, otherwise I will get caught. Okay, that was weird. But yeah, if you ever get confused, crouch in the water. If you, for the first one, you may have to crouch in the water. Second one, if you're on a bad cycle, you can crouch in the water. Third one, you can literally just stand right by the checkpoint, and then wait until he checks. And then the fourth one, you should be able to do without having to stop. But, if you want to do him without having to stop, you need to enter the view box after he starts looking. Which on Xbox you can easily do, even if you have to stop for the third guy, but it doesn't always work on PS2, I think. I think on PS2, if you have to stop for the third guy, you need to wait for the fourth guy. I don't remember how PS2 cycles work, because I haven't ran on PS2 in, like, 6 years. Now, the me of 6 years ago would have been able to tell you how to avoid these cycles. But I play exclusively on Xbox now. Which, I mean, to be fair, if I really wanted to, I could defeat, or I could beat basically any time on PS2 if I wanted to. But that's a lot of effort. What? What do you mean I missed? It was a thing back when I was first, like, getting the records and dominating. Everybody thought it was just because I was playing on Xbox. I was slightly better than Joe when I first got, when I got my 106. But, like, I still wasn't, like, the best. Because Smartkin's, I wasn't as good as Smartkin was at his peak back then. And, like, I mean, to be fair, Smartkin was the best by far for a long time. And Pool still had the best movement for a long fucking time. And Yere had the best trick execution. These days, it's unequivocally me. Like, I'm basically like a league above the gods. Because back in the day, we used to have what we called the gods of Twinsanity. Pool, Smartkin, Noah, and Yere. And Yere was just considered a cut above the rest. Which is interesting, because when I went back to check Yere's movement wasn't really that good. But his trick execution was really fucking good. It was the same thing with Noah. Noah's movement wasn't very good, but his trick execution was fucking immaculate. Not as good as Yere's, mind you, but... The thing about Yere was... he added a lot of things to movement that didn't make much sense. Pool did this too, because back then, this was like 2014, between 2014 and 2016, movement wasn't very labbed, so we kind of thought that, like, all of these extra things doing like extra long jumps and this stuff was faster. I kind of ended up labbing some stuff, and I learned that more long jumps is not better. I found that slide jumps in particular were the best, because every long jump, if the long jump was inappropriate, you would lose half a second, essentially. Because even though long jumps, you get the slide jump speed, you decelerate when you do a long jump. So, the longer you're in the air with a long jump, the more time you lose. And usually it would end up being like half a second-ish. Like 4 months ago. Yeah, because these are people from years ago. Joe, the thing about Joe, and the reason why I mean, first of all, he was the most popular. He was the popular runner. He's the one that ran Twins at ESA. He was the one that dominated 100%. A big reason why was because he was running consistently. What do those people do now? Smartkin is he is a developer. I don't know about Noah. Yere, I don't know. I haven't seen him around. I don't think he doesn't speedrun anymore. Pool, I don't know what the fuck he does. He appears here and there. Joe, on occasion, speedruns. But Joe's got a full-time job. And he's got a good-paying job, too. So, I mean... yeah. But what made me a cut above the rest was a similar reason why Joe was dominating, at least in 100%, was the consistency. Smartkin never played the game consistently. Basically, what would happen is he would just, like, he would pump out runs for a week. And then he would get a record and he'd dip. That is what would happen. That is what Smartkin did. He would... that's why he was so good, was he didn't really practice. He was just built like that. He would just pump out a fucking run. But also, because of that, people didn't know how good he actually was. Because Joe was consistent, and since Joe was consistent, he was just able to do that. Pool was the same, by the way, but he was even more built different. He wouldn't grind at all. He wouldn't even take like a couple of days. He would just do one run. Boom. Okay. Yeah, world record. Lol. Dip. And the thing that's crazy about Pool's movement is only 2 people have actually even surpassed his movement. Me and another person. And this happened in, like, this happened, like, a decade after he stopped running the game. It wasn't a decade, but, like, I mean, think about that for a second, like... I can imagine it. Because, like, things were not super cooked back then. Things weren't as well, things were not as well documented, optimized, etc. So, it wasn't really, like, if you compare back then to now, it makes a lot of sense why, like, it makes a lot of sense why they could do that, because nowadays that is essentially impossible in any category. You can't just, like, pump out a run and then get a good time. You have to grind for it, because even though the strats are, like, way more cooked and everything's, like... ah, fuck you. Even though things are way more cooked, more developed, The unfortunate reality is that the level of optimization that is required nowadays is pretty high. Like, I mean, yeah, I say my no dimension skip run is kind of garbage, and it kind of is, but in reality, you can't die. Dying at any point kills the run. You could barely mess up AoE skip. There's only 30 seconds of time save. My PB is a 24.53, I think. Let me see. Yeah, my PB is a 24.53. I can only really bring Antagony down by another 10 seconds, and AoE skip by another, like... 3. There is less than 30 seconds of realistic time save. New runners start with the knowledge and optimizations of the previous runs combined. Yes, this is true. That is also very true. The big... Like, I'm going to say my secret, and it's not a big secret. Yo, Master Stick, thanks for the good luck. It's not a big secret. I was the only person that was willing to lab everything. Before me, a lot of the philosophy of Twins was just like, okay, it just fucking works. So just go with it. My philosophy has always been, it's not, it just works. There is a reason why it works. We figure out the reason, we figure out this, we figure out that, until we just get good at it. And then it's like, we lab everything until we get really good. And that is essentially what happened. I was the only person that really tried to push for, we have a reason, we find the reason, we exploit the reason. Learning Kingdom Hearts 2, any % beginner, and you were told that one of the strats was... And now everybody does it? That is a thing that happens, yes. There is a skip I am refusing to implement in Hundo because it's too precise for... It's like a 30-second time save, but it is after high seas. Well, no, it's not after high seas, it's during zombie, and that's like in the second half of the run, so 30 minutes in. And if you fail it, the run's just dead because you die. So... Why did we stop using Cortex? The Cortex was never in No Dimension skip. And if you're talking about Cursed Splash doesn't require Cortex. That's why. Dimension skip, which is a misnomer, and No Dimension skip is a misnomer. Because Cursed Splash is the skip. You've labbed? Dude, nice! That's actually awesome. People underestimate two things. There's two things people underestimate. And you are big. You are one of the people that kind of proves this point correctly. Two things that people underestimate is labbing and new people labbing. People really underestimate how much a new person labbing can do. And the reason why, and this is why, like, I say, if I will not find anything new in Twinsanity. I will not find anything, like, actually new in Twinsanity outside of optimizing movement. Because when you have been doing glitch hunting and speedrunning of a game for a long period of time, you have a framework. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what I was about to say. You have a framework of how the game works. You do not have the possibility of going outside of that box. A new runner, a new fresh mind, does not have that framework, so they can move outside of it and find something new. People underestimate that by a massive margin. People don't understand how big it is to that there's a new person who's willing to lab. There's no doubt in my mind that if there's anything new to find in Twinsanity, it will not be found by anybody currently running or anybody that has done glitch finding in the past for Twinsanity. It will be somebody new. However, I do not think that any percent is actually going to receive that treatment. There's basically no doubt in my mind that any percent will be improved by much. There is the door skip in Antagony, which saves half a second. But that's the thing, it doesn't save much time, it saves basically nothing. Are discovered by people who don't even run the game necessarily. That's true. There was a pretty big discovery in Fire Red and Leaf Green that happened recently. If anybody knows Fire Red and Leaf Green, Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, there is a help menu that you can access by pressing L. Now, it was found that it overwrites all jingles, which means that you open it and close it and you skip the jingles entirely and you can go on to the next screen immediately instead of having to wait for the... And you might say, why was this not discovered? Easy. Speedrunners used the L equals A to do text mashing much more easily. So nobody thought to open the fucking menu, and it was just a random guy who was playing Fire Red and Leaf Green on the Switch too, who eventually discovered that and then brought it to the speedrunning community because he's like, wait, hang on a second, I don't think people know about this. L is in left bumper, L is in... left bumper, you can call it that, but it was just L. On Game Boy Advance, it is the L button. On modern controllers, yeah, it would be left bumper. Because there were no triggers on the Game Boy Advance, it was just L and R. So literally, while any percent, I think, only saves 11 seconds off of it. Wasted some of your time and left, nice. The original Game Boy didn't have those buttons. The original Game Boy only had, yeah, only had A, B, start, and select. Same thing with Game Boy Color. Game Boy Advance had the L and R. They added L and R to it. New speedrunners, you're thinking of speedrunning this game. There are no auto splitters for twins, no. There could be one that would be made for emulator, but nobody's done it because I mean nobody really runs the game on emulator. There's no reason to. A lot of the people who have been learning this game have been running on emulator. I say a lot, it's like 2 or 3. Game's pretty dead. Unfortunately, you have to split manually. I would like to have a histogram based split. PS2 superiority, there is no PS2 superiority, so PS2 sucks. You're playing Crash Twinsanity on GBA right now? Crazy. What the fuck was that? That was an insane fucking, like... I don't know what the fuck just happened. I mean, I kind of do. Crash sometimes when he lands likes to pivot, and he decided to pivot on the wrong side. Probably because I was like at a perfect angle for him to spin the wrong way instead of the correct way. And usually you're supposed to let go of the stick when you land. You're using the Game Boy Advance as a controller. You wish a GBA port of Twinsanity existed? That's probably not gonna happen. SM64 is barely possible on GBA. Thanks for the good luck, Akakotang. Yeah, there's weird mechanics when it comes to Crash turning. I talk about this a lot, but Crash doesn't exactly turn in the direction you're holding. He turns into a suggestion of that angle, depending on the surface. And when you go from in the air to on the ground, the game loves to kind of, the game loves to assume the direction. So it basically, like, calculates your current facing angle, and then it tries to calculate how much you're allowed to turn in that direction. So, for just as an example, most surfaces give you 95%, 95% control over turning. Snow is like 80%, I think it was 80%. No, the snow and you'll calculate me, whoa. It's the only game to have the worst, and we know about this. Okay, it's a slippery effect, essentially. Every surface has a slippery effect. Most of it's 95%. High seas, snow, and metal has 90%. Ice has 75%, and rock ice has 65%. So, anything that has ice physics, like it, you have less control over your turning. New Crash fans, there would not be any here, trust me. It does save you from enemies, though. In fact, this is the only one. You're one of those new Crash fans? Interesting. Well, I'm a liar. That's crazy. Got into it through Skylanders? Are you cursed? This buddy is fucking cursed. That's crazy. Don't worry, you'll learn the error of your ways. Did the semester end? I do have to do a paper today. That's due at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure. But outside of that, nah, I'm good. I don't know anything about Skylanders. have jobs and even families. I'm 31 years old, motherfucker. Hang on, I gotta concentrate for a second. Whoa, whoa, okay. That was a little scary. You turn 30 this March? You turn 30? My birthday's March 11th. How are the runs? Kinda shit. Except for one. One was pretty good. Yeah, my birthday's March 11th. March 10th. Crazy. Oh yeah, that's right. Gets into things decades after. Fair. 1, 2, stop. 1, 2, old decrepit. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. The majority of people that want to watch, Twinsanity speedruns are gonna be, like, in the older demographic. Just makes sense. Ooh, I'm behind the cycle by a lot. Sounds like 15 to 18. X2? Eres mexicano, okay. March 9th, that's crazy. That was a... I was expecting that. There are very few people, practically a baby, imagine. Yours is December 3rd. Interesting. I will not remember any of your guys' birthdays. That is no offense to anybody. Kevin, move your fucking ass. There we go. If you are under the age of 18, do not reveal your age. I mean, there isn't, like... Okay, so here's the thing, right? If you're under the age of 18, but you're mature enough for it to matter... If you're mature enough to where it doesn't matter, I don't care. But I always say, because, like, I do have at least one friend who is under 18. That watches my streams. I'm not gonna say who it is. And the reason why is because most of the people that watch me are like, you turn 18 in literally a week from now? Okay, you're safe. The reason why I, like, don't... Okay, so here's the reason why I say, like, if you are under 18, don't say it, is because most people that watch me are well over the age of 18. You don't want to attract some creepazoids. Yo, Xenochrome, thanks for the good luck. Yeah, that's the only reason. Like, the thing is that if I suspect you are... If I suspect that you're underage because you're acting like it, that is how you get banned. Because at the end of the day, I don't really care that much. I'm not gonna bar somebody just because... I'm not gonna bar somebody just because somebody is under the age of 18, even though basically, like, we talk about, like, mature themes sometimes. Creepazoid sounds like an enemy from the early 2000s. Crash you can't imagine. The thing is, it's true. Like, just protect yourself is the thing, and then it's like, if you're gonna act like a child, I'll treat you like one. If you're gonna act mature, then I'm not gonna treat you like a child. And being treated like a child means you don't have talking privileges, essentially. That is exactly how I work. Now, if I think you're cool, I'll give you passes still, but I will obviously say, like, the other person that is under 18 that watches my streams, I mean, he's in the Halo speedrunning community, so, like, I know him, so it's like, yeah, of course. And I just tell him, don't tell people what your age is, because you don't want anybody to, like, be like, oh, hey, look at this, ooh, a minor, ew. I fucking grossed myself out with that one, holy shit. It's a legitimate fucking concern. I don't like that that's a concern. Like, I always say, why can't people just be fucking normal? It's not that hard. Classic streamer behavior. Yep, I do love my minors. Yep. Plays Minecraft. That doesn't make it better. There's good weird and bad weird. Yes, exactly. See, what I say when I say, like, just don't be weird, be normal, is what I mean. What I mean specifically by that is you're not doing something that would disrupt society. And that means exactly that. Like, if there's somebody that is out of your age range, even if you might get physically attracted, as soon as you hear their fucking mouth, it's like, ew. Hello, hi, squirt. You want me to buy you some Robux? Like, ew. I don't get it. The older I get, bro, stop, imagine. The older I get, the harder it is for me to even, like, even think about interacting with somebody that's younger. Oh no. Crash will say the N-word. No, that is not true. Unfortunately, I do have a dark sense of humor. That was kind of slow. But yeah. Just, anybody? Okay, cool. My voice is starting to be stupid. All I'm gonna say is just protect yourselves. Drink some water, fratello. Nah. I'm okay for right now. He said it is true. Nope. I have talked directly to the whatever. But yeah, you're not breaking any rules. There actually, believe it or not, was a time which you wouldn't really think about that. But there was somebody that was really creepy that came into my chat once. And I mean, I'm not gonna name the name, but she would always come into my stream and say, like, you're my favorite streamer, oh, I love your voice and all this stuff, and I'm like, thanks. I'm thinking in the back of my mind, like, holy shit, this is creepy. Nowadays, if I get creeped out, I will tell you. But back then, I was a lot more of a pushover. Because I thought, like, you know, it's whatever. It's like, nah, it's not whatever. If you actually feel creeped out. Compliment is a compliment until it happens every single time. And there are some very... I can't explain why I was creeped out by it. There was something about it because it was constant and it felt weird. Well, yeah, like, I mean, it wasn't like that, right? There was something weird about it. It wasn't like, you know, saying like, hey, you have a nice voice. It seemed flirtatious. Can't really tell why. And I was actually creeped out, which is weird because I had never felt creeped out before. But for some reason, that one just very specifically made me feel creeped out. And that's all you need to know. Exactly, yep. It's the only time I've ever, like, really felt creeped out. Like, I've felt uncomfortable before, but not, like, creeped out. And that was, like, creeping me out. Because it was a flirt. Yeah, exactly. I don't do well with flirting. Unless I know the person. Being flirted with makes me incredibly uncomfortable. Step 1, speedrun. Step 2, go live. Step 3, buy fursuit. Bruh. Why did my... some reason... splits not working? I'll still go, though. If I fail, though, I'm just gonna, Of course. The one where the timer's not working is the one where everything's going right. That's hilarious. But yeah, no, like, I do get compliments. People do say, like, hey, you know, I like your voice. Which I don't get it. Mind you, it is my voice. So, like, doing voice acting, how long have I been restarting? An hour and a half. But, like, the thing is that, since I do voice acting, or, well, I used to do voice acting stuff, I got used to listening to the sound of my own voice. So, I don't hate it, but, like, I don't really understand why somebody would say that my voice sounds nice. I mean, I know, like, for me, it's, like, I don't have much bass in my voice. My voice is relatively high-pitched for a guy. But I know I have a very clean accent. This run can go all the way. Make a Cortex impression? I do. I actually do Cortex.
Before you rises a cathedral of diabolical genius. Scary, but in the wrong hands this iceberg lair could do much goodness in the world. Of course, only I have the key. Observe. No, follow me! I know another way.
Because it is smooth and calm. Interesting. Hover skip. What issues are you having with hover skip? When I do my subathon, you will be able to redeem me doing voice lines with the various voices I'm capable of doing. Hitting the board, it is slightly beside Cortex. Just easy on the ears. See, so here's the interesting thing, right? I'll talk about the car radio thing in a second, but here's the interesting thing. When I was doing streaming in like 2013, 2014, people were like, around 2014, 2015, people were like, whoa, you really mellowed out. And I'm like, what? People said like I started sounding a lot calmer, and I don't understand what they meant by that. Maybe I just stopped being anxious while I was on stream or something, I don't know. So the whole thing about, say, like, hearing my voice on, like, a radio show, here's an interesting little tidbit, which is slightly doxing myself, but, I am from northeastern Ohio, and when they were choosing the accent after they were doing the transatlantic accent, when that died, they chose my region of the country as the most neutral accent. So they hired people to train people to become vocal coaches for my accent. So the accent that you're hearing, by the way, is not fake. This is one of my natural speaking accents. I have two. But this is like, well, technically I have three. I have my home one, and then I have this one, and then I have the standard Ohioan one, where when I speak to other Ohioans, I use that. This is my most natural speaking tone, and a lot of people will think like, and I've had some people even think like my accent is fake. How I speak is fake because they've never heard an American speak like this before. No, this is actually the regional accent of, this is the regional accent. I've had people think I'm really posh. No, I grew up in a very poor area. I've had two people actually think I was Belgian, which is weird because, like, one of them was even from Cleveland, Ohio. And it's like, what? No. Only becomes very apparent when you get stressed or rage. Yeah. You might hear, when I get angry, you would hear more of, like, what I use at home, which is a mixture between my mom's and my dad's accent. There are some weird times where, like, since I speak Spanish and Japanese, sometimes, like, those influence each other. And if I get upset, you might hear some slight issues. Actually, because of that, funny thing. Released for the Zizzle, I don't know what that is. Who here has worked a retail job? I never did. I worked as a receptionist. For a year. I worked as a receptionist for a year, and I also worked, before that I worked for a truck company, where I was mostly general labor, but the general labor was generally either doing paperwork or, transporting parts. I was really good at that, by the way. Interestingly enough, I am pretty good at talking to people, despite the fact that I've always had social, like, issues with social skills. Like, when I worked as a receptionist, and I worked as a receptionist for a nail salon, so, which, by the way, as a straight guy, working at a fucking nail salon, you get objectified and degraded. It's not very fun, by the way. And you can't do shit, because you're a guy. That's not a gender war thing, that's just like, yeah, if you're ever thinking about doing that because you want flexible hours, don't. Unless you are either masochistic or just okay with taking a bunch of bullshit without being able to complain back. Basically, all of the customers liked me, too. Some of them actually, like, creepily flirted with me, which was weird, because most of them were, like, women in their 50s and 60s. For some reason, and I don't understand why, I'm very good at dealing with people. And some people find it difficult to actually get angry at me, possibly just because of how I react to situations. I don't really understand it. Or maybe part of it is because being a streamer for so long, you kind of just learn how to... You kind of learn how to deal with people you don't know, I guess. I don't know. And honestly, cougars don't waste their time with their shots. They do not. They really do not. The grandmas don't either. I had an 80 to 90-year-old, like, literally flirting with me. I'm like... That was... I unfortunately also have a fair amount of knowledge on, like, getting somebody's nails done and stuff. I know the best way to, like, save money on it. Which I guess is okay, but the thing is like... Here's the thing. I don't care about the way my nails look. I don't... Because, like... Who's gonna actually look at my hands? I don't care. Pedicures? I don't want people touching my feet. No, thank you. Like, if I want to do any of that, you'd be surprised. I would not be. For at least 10 years, that's pretty cool. That's not a bad skill to have. Women are getting done. Yeah, and you know what the thing is? So, by the way, those are acrylics. And usually they bind to the nail. So usually the acrylics are not very strong. And they are obscenely expensive. They're very, very, very expensive. That's actually one of the reasons why I believe that people get them done, because they're expensive. So they assume... I mean, that and also colors. Because, like, when you do, say... when you do gel kind of like, it dissipates very quickly. Dip, if the people know how to do it well, bind to the nail, make it stronger. But acrylics do not. And depending on who they are, like, the acrylics break easily, and the acrylics are the most expensive ones. They also, just like with dip, you have to use acetone to get them off. Visually, they make you shudder. Yeah, thing is that they're not very strong. They break super easy. They're also not very good for long term. But they are also very expensive. And the cost for fixing them when they break is crazy. Broke her nails and she got super mad at you? That makes sense, yep. The reason why is because they're expensive. Yo, Lady Alchemist. They are very expensive. If you don't go to get acrylics, you don't know how expensive they are. They are very expensive. So if they break, somebody's gonna get very mad at you. Unfortunately. The thing is that they are not good for you. They're not good for you, and they're expensive. Like, I've seen ladies spend $70 fucking on nails, and it's just like, you could just get gel for like 20. You just buy some at home, do it yourself. It's like, shit. Do I know how to do any of this? Fuck no. Yeah, acrylics are very expensive. I worked at a nail salon, I know. Well, as a receptionist. I learned a lot of things. A lot of things, trust me. There are things that I'm just gonna say right now, don't go for acrylics. Yeah, if you know how to do it yourself, then it's fine. But don't go to a nail salon, they're gonna upcharge you a crazy amount. Gel, just do it yourself, because it's like, you pay the same amount. Yeah, $70 for acrylic. Yeah. $70. It's true. I've seen it. I've seen ladies get the, I think it was like Omicron or something like that. It started with an O, I can't remember. It's been like almost 3 years. Like a special type, and it's like $80. $80. It's like, dude, like, where are you getting the money for this? To be fair, it was in a fairly lucrative area, so a lot of the women there had, like, really good jobs, or they had, husbands who made, like, a shit ton of money. Because you wanted claws. Couldn't do anything with them. Yep. And you're not supposed to pull them off by force. You're supposed to use acetone to, like, lose them. And basically you're supposed to just, like, put it in here. There's a lot of Brazilians that watch my stream. Basically, you're supposed to get, like, a bowl of acetone, and then you're supposed to dip the nails in them for, like, usually 20 to 30 minutes. Gracias por la suerte, el horno. Also, by the way, this is the girliest level of knowledge I have. And it's only because I worked at a nail salon. And the reason why I worked at the nail salon was because my other job, I was about to get fired because I kept collapsing and not being able to come into work. Because at the time, I didn't know I was disabled. And the thing is that I couldn't work while going to school because, like, the other job was Monday through Friday. And the nail salon was, it had flexible hours. And it was also closer to my university, so I could just basically, like, go there after class or something like that. So it was a smart decision, even though I was getting paid less. But I could go in for more days, if I wanted to. And I could basically, like, be more flexible because it was open 6 days a week, all this other stuff. Because they grow with the nails. Yes. So I chose that, and I mean, my friend, her mom needed a receptionist. What do I have? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. Oh, I have fibromyalgia. Streamer having female friends? I had one female friend, yeah, at the time. I have more now. Because imagine I have friends now, that's crazy. It's called fibromyalgia. It's a chronic pain disorder. That causes, like, a bunch of fatigue. It causes, brain fog. It is very, except your wife and her sister. Essentially, like, my fibro started that early. Technically, it started when I was, a kid. Like, I had symptoms since I was a child, but it didn't really affect me because, like, I was pretty fit for most of my childhood. Let me see here. I was, not was, but, like, weather fucks it up, whether it's like rain or if it gets cold suddenly or if it gets too hot or if it gets too humid. Essentially anything kind of fucks it up. No, we are perfectly okay with bro having a wife. We are all here for it. Dreading adulthood because there's a bunch of disabilities on your mother's side that kicking around 30. Let me tell you something. You find ways to deal with it. Like, I mean, my life isn't a fucking train wreck, right? Like, I have my issues and stuff, and I have my limitations. The biggest problem, if you want me to be honest, is job. Finding work. That is the only problem. No wife propaganda, imagine. But the thing is that you're always gonna have to deal with stuff. But I will tell you this, and this is something everybody here should take into account. This is something that everybody should take into account if you ever, say, like, if you have a friend who has a disability or, whatever. The thing is, everybody has problems. Every single human being has problems they have to deal with. It's just that some people's issues are more apparent than others. A person who has a disability doesn't want to be treated differently, except in cases where they need to be treated differently. Especially somebody with a hidden disability like me. If you look at me, you won't be able to tell I have anything wrong with me. In fact, I look like a pretty well-built dude. I'm fairly strong, but the thing is during those kinds of things, I can't fucking do shit. Currently being examined for ADHD makes sense. I do have ADHD. Why is this fast? This might be best seg. You'll be back later, understandable. Don't do anything great without you. No promises. That is actually one of the reasons why I'd like to have passive streaming income, is just because of fibromyalgia. Because at the very least I would have something coming in. Hang on. I have to concentrate for a second. Getting social cues or understand things. You were just slow to catch things up. People don't, diagnosed with autism around 3 or 4. But since then, it's become less noticeable to the point where people wouldn't even consider it. Yes. So, that stuff is pretty normal, actually, believe it or not. Everybody has something. Hey, yo, Ashun. Everybody's got something. That doesn't mean anything. Stayed in the game. The game wasn't fully rushed. They had a year and a half of development. Oh, right. Some people have issues with, say, like math. Some people have issues with reading. Some people have issues with learning. Some people have issues with socializing. The thing is, we all want to talk about things about, oh, neurodivergence or whatever. It's just like, no, you kind of realize when you really break it down at the end of the day, it's just everybody has something that they struggle with. Every single person has something that they struggle with, but they hide it pretty well. What if they had 3 years for development? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I like dealing with and thinking about those things just like that. If everybody has something, it's just, you don't really have to be like, oh, well, I'm just different. I mean, you are, but the thing is you just have different things you need. You just have different needs and requirements. But everybody does. It's just the majority of people seem like they don't, but they do, because they just have learned how to hide it. That doesn't mean that some people don't struggle, because there are some people who just legitimately do not struggle. Neurotypical isn't a set point, it's a range. And that's why I hate the terms neurotypical and neurodivergent. People are really inconsiderate about things. Yes. That's the thing that sucks. Is that is the thing that sucks, is that people are not taught how to deal with and understand others, because they are basically told that that kind of stuff is weakness. That doesn't mean that people are incapable of doing so. There are some that are, but most are not. Most of people actually have the capability to, like, understand that other people are different, but during the times when they are developing, they are taught specifically to care more for themselves than other people. Is running on glass? Don't do that. But yeah, it's like...
Obviously, I've made a few modifications here.
Unfortunately, the people who suffer more have more capability of feeling empathy than the people who suffer less. But then again, a lot of the people who suffer more sometimes, unfortunately, also have less empathy, because they start to feel resentment towards other people. That's one of the reasons why I don't like the labels neurotypical and neurodivergent, because even though it says, like, okay, it just gives me a reason, it gives people a reason to be mean. And then when you divide people and push them away from each other... Oh, I see. If you kind of divide people and push them away from each other, they will be less likely to try to understand each other. At least that's from my perspective. Damn it. I fucking knew I was gonna fail that. Come on, man. There we go. Second try's okay, but it's still a big time loss. Don't you dare flip on me, dude. Okay. Okay.
They found us! Through the airship! Quickly!
I really... That was really fast, by the way. Holy shit. Okay. This is gonna be close to a best seg. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Despite me failing the body slam, this is gonna be a best seg. Holy fuck, dude. Unfortunately, this run is also one where I was talking about my own opinions. And a lot of people are gonna disagree with how I feel. But, like, yeah, this run is crazy fast. Am I aware of Caballeros del Zodiaco? No. Holy shit. Like, that AoE skip was fucking crazy fast. Why does she have the letter on her forehead? Because Cortex has a letter on his forehead. Dude, shoot the damn thing. There we go. This is a crazy fucking run with one mistake. I'm gonna be 2 seconds off of sum of best with like a 5-second time loss. Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time here. Because for some reason, like, I couldn't shoot her back. But yeah, this is absolutely crazy run. Okay.
Come now as we explore a new dimension.
I don't know. Let's not think about lore. Everybody type in all caps. Here it comes with no spaces. No! You're kidding me! I didn't hold A long enough. Oh well. Back to runs. It's crazy. Yeah, by the way, unlike in Classic Hundo or all levels, if I fail hug skip, I literally can't finish the run. Well, I can if I reload. Failing hug skip means automatic run lost. Yes, because Cortex is gone. You can't do warp skip without him. Well, you can, but that may have been your fault. No, I was a little nervous. You know what? Let's practice hug skip a little bit. Which, yes, by the way, I did remake my my practice saves. I specifically made them so that way I could have I could do and practice hug skip. But no, it wasn't your fault. I wasn't holding A long enough.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
There you go. Okay, let's try that one more time. If I get it this time, if I get it a second time, then I don't think I need to care. What sucks is that Despite me missing the, what sucks is that despite me missing the body slam, that run was insanely good. Like, I'm not even going to lie. That could have even been a sub 2430 had I done a perfect antagony. Because there's 5 seconds of time save in the, in antagony. Okay. I waited too long. I loaded AoE skip by accident. Or I loaded the AoE by accident. I'll practice it once, though. So yeah, the thing that sucks is that, dude, the thing that, like, okay, my sum of best, you don't get to do this. You're not allowed to do this. You are not fucking allowed to do this, dude. Gotta get the timing perfect? It's not, no, doesn't need to be perfect. The only thing about it is that, it's kind of hard to get. But yeah, so the thing about Antagony is that the best seg that I have here is actually from my 1037 run. That run did not have the time save that we have in the final boss, so it's like extra 5 seconds. How did that... Okay. So now I know... Wait, which one did I pick? I picked AoE skip. Dude, Crash, I can't fucking do this if your head's not turning. Watch, his head's gonna... Yep, his head moves perfectly fine now. So there's 5 seconds to save in, Antagony. Plus, there's also Ball Glitch, which is another 6 seconds. But if I would have gotten a... If I would have gotten a, best seg for Antagony there... Oof. There we go. Okay. I know what to do now. What? That's weird. Okay. I'll do it one more time and then I'll go back to doing runs. I'll do AoE skip too, because I need to practice AoE skip. Yeah, it kind of sucks, because that run would have been, Yo, MGG. That run, if I had a perfect AA, that would have been a sub 2430. And that would mean the run is mega dead. Because a low 2430 is already, like, impossible to beat. A 2420, oof. Yeah, goodbye.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Almost did it too early. Yo, Tom, thanks for the good luck. Okay. Damn it. The game dropped the jump for some fucking reason. That was weird. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to count that because that's not going to happen when I'm doing run. I'm a lot more careful when I'm not practicing. Okay, so do AoE skip couple of times and then go back to doing runs. Can I, like, Crash, I need you to turn your fucking head. This is not a, by the way, this is not a thing that I'm worried about in runs, because Crash's head is never locked in runs. It's only locked in, when you load. I'm too far forward, I'm not gonna make it. I still got it. Okay, cool. Can't see. Get up there. Okay, cool. Come on. Neat. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Damn it. I'll try one more time, and then, do more runs. Doing runs is gonna be very, very fun. Doing AoE skip almost fucking perfectly, too, is, like, crazy. Especially after failing the body slam once. Okay. Now I'm on one of these spells where it's like, you can't fucking do this. I gotta get this out of my system now. What? Ba-da-da-dum. I jumped too late after moving. That's fine, yep. Dude. Yeah, jumping doesn't exactly always help. That should make it, yep. I still haven't mastered this yet, but I want to master it. There's no way. Yo, Colty, thanks for the good luck. Okay. Alright, we do runs now. Back to runs. Back to doing runs. What? Weird. Yeah, you guys just missed a very good run that had only one mistake. Two mistakes, but the second mistake wasn't that bad. I can get a sub 140, a potential sub 140, well, no. Yo, Juandi. Trying to think of what kind of time I can get. Yeah, it would be a sub 140, AoE skip. But how's it going, yo, JM? It's going. I had a run that was really good that died to hug skip. Like, I did super well on AoE skip for no reason. And, it died to hug skip because I was being dumb. But, like, even though I missed sub 140, the sub 140 split time for AoE skip, my best, my current best seg is a 146. And I almost beat that with a, while missing a body slam. And with one extra pause, which is 0.8 seconds. Because my AoE skip was really good. And missing the body slam costs like between 5 and 7 seconds. So I could get a sub 140. Which would bring my sum of best down to almost 2410. Yes, I just said that. There's no need to repeat it. Hey, thanks for the good luck, MGG. If, basically, like, if I were, it's possible that I get a good enough run. Okay, you're starting to piss me off. Really starting to piss me the fuck off. That is the second time you've disconnected on me. Does that mean sub 2410 might be possible? I very highly doubt it. If we could skip engine, yes, but I don't think so. There's not much time to save in the rest of the splits. Holy shit, things are actually working the way they're supposed to. The hanging was the culprit the whole fucking time. Let's go. It's no longer hanging, which is really good. There's not 30 seconds of time save. 30 seconds of time save does not exist in this category, unfortunately. Did you bastard! Sorry. Yo, Hatake. Why? What is wrong with this fucking controller, dude? Image of Crash pulling his tongue out had you dying. Okay. Stop unplugging. The problem that's going on is that the adapter keeps unplugging. Like, the USB is getting tugged. So, the fucking controller keeps disconnecting. And I just have no way of knowing how to fix that without using tape. I might use electrical tape. Because unfortunately, there are no proper adapters. I don't want to take a 126, dude. I don't want to take a 126. It's always one thing after another that's like, it's not my actual technical skills, but it's always some level of tech issues that make it extremely hard for me to actually, like, it's the tech issues that always, like, makes life difficult. Like, right when I'm doing well, did I PB? No, I have not PB'd. I did not run yesterday, I rested yesterday. Today is good weather, so, I'm okay, but I don't want to stream for too long. Because I have, stuff to do, so I think I'll stream for about another hour or so. If I don't PB today, No, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment and I have plans. Damn it. But over the weekend, yes, I will have, over the weekend, I will have time to stream. Probably. Monday I have plans, Friday. Yeah, I'm using the Wingman XB2. It just hangs is the issue. So, like, the USB disconnects. And when it does that, I have to actually physically unplug it and plug it back in. Because my stuff's not on the floor. My stuff's on a desk. So so everything, like, hangs. It has nowhere to go. And I move around a lot. Some people say, oh, why don't you just use wireless? It's like, no, because wireless has inconsistent latency, and I can't deal with inconsistent latency. People extremely downplay wireless delay. It is noticeable. It does make a difference. Because it's inconsistent. Wired is consistent. There's no inconsistencies with wired. This is gonna be a high 124, I think. Never mind, it's a reset. I really don't want to be stuck in this. You gotta get some work done, understandable. Yeah, and then with any percent stuff, it's always the same. It's the same bullshit. Buenas, Gab? ¿Cómo andas? ¿Qué es este emote? Keep you entertained, imagine. No fuiste a trabajar, ¿por qué? ¿Estás enfermo? ¿Estás enferma o qué? All you can do is imagine. Then you're in luck. Ah, pediste vacaciones. Entonces disfrútate. Vale. ¿Este Crash es tu favorito? Joder. Eso no me di cuenta. Na, 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 na. Hijo de la... Nut skip sucks balls. It took longer than usual. Que me gusta de este juego. ¿En general o qué? ¿Del speedrun o en general? En general, nada. Imagina. Yo, Princess Samoyed. En general, me gusta las canciones y el humor del juego. Especialmente las escenas. Las bromas me gustan tanto. tantísimo. En general, nada. ¿Y a ti? ¿Qué es lo que más que te gusta? We are currently in nut jail. Currently in nut jail. Which is unfortunate because we were actually getting out of doing fucking runs and I had to fuck it up. Nut. La música y el modo de juego, sí. Me gustan las mecánicas del juego. Por eso me gusta hacer speedrunning. Y los bugs también. Los bugs, los skips. Como así, el not skip. Aunque, pues es que digo no me gusta porque es muy difícil hacerlo, porque es muy preciso, pero si haces más lento, no es tan difícil. ¿En máquinas que... ¿En serio? ¿Existen? ¿Este juego? ¿Cómo? Yo. Ya tengo ganas de jugar el juego, como así. No. Múltiples juegos, sí. Uno de esos era este. Joder. Bien, entonces había el límite a como 15 minutos. Y puedo terminar el juego en menos de 10. Pues depende de la consola. En la Play 2 puedo terminar el juego en 12 minutos. Así que a mí no importa. Hay que encontrarlo. No, come on, man. Meter 5 pesos y te daban como 15 minutos. Me parece divertido. ¿En serio? Déjame salir. Déjame salir del hub 1. Joder. Terminaron el tiempo, te mandaba al menú de juegos y perdías tu partida. Pues sí, funcionan así esas mierdas. Nut jail, yep. Fucking nut jail. Déjame salir. Por favor. Vaya putísima mierda, tío. ¿En serio? He perdido un segundo. Ya no. Hay 3 trucos en que puedo fallar. Ok. 2 de 3. Y... ¿Qué? Joder, qué lento. Dude, this is fucking slow. Hang on. Is there a specific spot you can slide on with a nut to ensure? Nope. It's unpredictable due to game physics. Qué bonito juego. 2. Y ya. ¿Listo ahí? Ok. It's unpredictable because the nut has rotation values, and that rotation is actually the problem. Well, we're doing this. That should work. Nope. That's why I don't do that. Ah, no te preocupes. No era una buena run. Claro. Pues modo speedrun, este juego es muy bonito. Aparte de los resets. Y esta categoría, por cierto, es muy difícil porque tienes que hacer nut skip. Y todo el primer hub. Todo feo. Pero en esta categoría, todo depende del tercer hub. Porque hay un skip en que se puede crashear el juego. Y también... también es muy preciso. Pero lo bueno es que los trucos no son tan precisos. Así que puedo hacerlo muy cerca de mi sum best. Por ejemplo, normalmente cuando hace casi 15 minutos en la run, estoy 5 segundos del sum best. Así que no es tan complicado optimizarlo. Lo malo es hacerlo. Por ejemplo, estoy de 1 segundo del SOP. Do I like fridges? I mean, they give me food. I just like the pause fridge. No, bitch. Why am I... How did I survive? I just saved that second back. Okay, cool. Okay. Wind movement. Oh, yeah. Thought I fucked that up. Y si todo nos pasa bien. Perdí un segundo. Lost a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oof. Yeah, someone asked if that engine cutscene skip is new. It is not new. I'm behind the cycle a little bit, but it's okay. That engine cutscene skip has been around for a while. Muy hábil. Espero que sí. Ay. Y listo. Okay. Los ciclos... Perdí... What the fuck, man? Nah, no pude saltar por la puta rata. Joder. No way that fucking happened. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. I couldn't fucking jump because of the rat, dude. Pues son activados los hitboxes. Spanish words you actually know? Yeah. I said, I couldn't jump because of the fucking rat. That is what I said. I couldn't jump because of the fucking rat. La rata. La puta rata. Yeah. 07 to the rat. No, the rat can fucking die. Are we gonna have to name that guy? Might have to name him. Pues este juego es muy impresionante. Y claro que soy el mejor speedrunner de este juego. Perdí un segundo. No. Cada fallo, en cada falta es... te hace perder un segundo. En cada falta. Así que... Pues... No quiero perder más de 2 segundos. En el primer hop. Yeah, I didn't really vocalize it. I just vocalized it in Spanish. Every mistake is about a second. And, I don't want to lose more than 2 seconds. Is there anyone else in the Twinsanity community that is running right now? No. I haven't seen Dio do runs. Stu stopped once he got the 108. Kylie still isn't coming back, even though she wants to come back because she sees me play. Sustain has not been consistently doing runs, but he did do a couple of runs the other day. For the longest time, I have been the only person that consistently does runs, even though I still take breaks. There's a couple of people, like a guy called Superior Fur, that's learning the game. There's a couple of people learning the game, but I don't know if anybody's streaming it. And I think Stu was unfortunately sick of the game. Yeah. I think he needs a better controller because I've tried running this game with the GameSir, and it's fucking garbage. The one thing Stu doesn't know about the GameSir is there's a thing called what was it called? It's like a wobble that the software does to correct for angle errors, which is fine for FPS games. It's not good for platforming. It does help with the zigzagging, but only to a certain degree. It's not good for twins. It makes movement really hard. I recommended that he get the PXMP5 for twins because it makes the game much better to play just because it's more accurate. It's more precise, doesn't really have much error. And a lot of the issues just come down to needing to recalibrate the controller. And it's cheap too. Like, I think the GameSir is like 50 bucks or something. Is it on by default? Yes. It is partially hardware, partially software. The software does handle it to some degree, but the majority of the time, your GameSir is 50 bucks. Well, if it depends on the model. He has the G7. Which I got the same model as him, and then I tried doing runs, and I absolutely fucking despised it. Like, it was nice at first, but then when I was doing any percent runs, I noticed that there was weird inconsistencies with my movement, and I looked it up. There's a nice little website that they have called Gamepad LA. And they test out controllers, and you can see a lot of this, like, these little details. And there was only one controller that I just did not hesitate to buy, and it was this one. The PXMP5. I did not hesitate when I saw the price, and I saw basically everything else. It's what Stu is describing as, like, it takes a while for the controller to break in. Is, like, the stick becomes loose enough to where, the problems that would be presented as a result of that kind of disappear in the midlife of the controller. And then it starts getting bad again. This is a very good high seas, by the way. Yeah, the earlier that thing comes down, the better. How usable are original Xbox controllers? Not very for twins. They break very quickly. By break, I mean, their angles break. That's why I don't use them. Ooh. They also have a large amount of input delay. I think this is a 409. Okay. I'm less than a second off of my sum of best now. I took a massive risk there. Took a pretty massive risk there, too. Holy shit, this is really fast. Oh, the pulling rate doesn't mean shit. I haven't seen much where pulling rate actually matters, but, by the way, higher high seas is just absolutely fucking phenomenal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, my understanding about pulling rates is that they don't mean anything. The only thing that matters, really, is the actual delay between when you press the buttons or the stick. Which pulling rate can have an impact, but it is not a direct impact. Just because something has a high pulling rate doesn't mean it has a high, or low delay. From what I've checked, there's only a slight, effect on it. Because I had this controller has a pulling rate of like 500, I think. 500 hertz, and, the other controller I've had that doesn't really work is like 1,000. And, oh shit. Fuck! I forgot to take damage. That sucks. Oh well, that's fine. I forgot to take damage, it's my fault. While what I was about to say was contradictory, the thing is like I've seen controllers with similarly high pulling rates that don't make much of a difference. And like a lot of like the issues that come about as a result, or a lot of the like delay and whatnot, is caused by a lot of the like delay is not directly correlative. But also there's another thing to bear in mind. A lot of people use these controllers wirelessly too. And maybe the pulling rate makes sense maybe it affects wireless, but it doesn't affect wired from what I've been able to check. Maybe on older controllers, because the OG Xbox does have a larger delay when using it versus like say this controller, which has a very small amount of input delay. Unfortunately, the Wingman does have like, I think it's like a frame of delay or something like that. It's like 50 milliseconds. Which is another big reason why I really kind of wish I had a different adapter, because if I had a different adapter, that would work directly to it. DualSense, it does show the difference you'd expect. Affected by the signal method, yes. The other thing, though, is that DualSense and DualSense Edge are not very good. They are, but they aren't. So, I'll get... the example is, with that, is that there are, I think it was 128 different, different angles that you can expect with the DualSense. And this is also, it's a similar case with the PS2 controller. PS3 has a higher, what they call stick resolution. DualSense and most, like, Sony controllers have very low stick resolution. So they can't actually access a lot of the in-between ranges. Which, by the way, is bad for Twinsanity. Now, the other thing is, though, is that, the way that the Wingman works does actually truncate things down to 128, just like the DualSense. However, when you put them together, it kind of fucks a lot of things up and makes it so that way a lot of angles are really weird. From my testing with the PXMP5, when I used specifically the Wingman, which I have another adapter, which is better but also worse at the same time, my results were basically like, I only got 128 angles. With the other one, I got a lot more angles. The problem is that particular adapter, and the reason why I don't use it is because it has a tendency to stick. So, what happens when I, like, try to flick the stick, say, like, I'm trying to go neutral, it will continually move in the direction, even though I'm not holding it, until I press a button. And that causes it causes issues, as you can figure out. But it has more stick resolution because it uses the basic stick resolution that the OG Xbox is capable of handling. It also has less input delay. But I can't use it because, like, it has this weird thing where it causes if I let go of the stick, it'll keep going. And I have to press a button to stop it. It's really sad because I like that other adapter. It's cleaner, it's easier to use, it's smaller as well, and it uses USB-C. Whereas it's annoying. I was testing it out and I was using it, and the thing is I play better on it. Except for the fact that if I continually use it, I have to, like, do a lot of weird shit to stop the problems from happening. Which, again, it comes down to I'm boggled down by tech issues a lot more than I am by my own skill. At this point, the best thing I could realistically do is create an adapter myself, and I'm not capable of doing that. But there really should be, like, better adapters. Because the Wingman's nice, but it has bad delay. The OGX Mini, which is what I have, is, like, it's good, but it doesn't work specifically with my controller, and it has its own issues. And there are no other solutions. Because the other solutions either suck, or I have to do soldering myself. And I'm just not capable of doing that, unfortunately. But if we could just have a one-size-fits-all fucking OG Xbox controller adapter. A one-size-fits-all where it's just like, you plug in your fucking controller, and it works. And it works well. You get to learn soldering to repair a resistor on your 360? Yeah, good luck. I am surprised I got that, but okay. Hey. Hey. There we go. It's kind of insane to me that, like, out of almost 500 runs that have made it into Hub 4, or Hub 2, over 20% of them have been 123 boats. And that was almost a 122 boat. I've had over 2122 boats. That's just... what the fuck, dude. Ooh, almost died there. Whoa, okay. Oy, oy, where am I? Okay, I'm here. Soldering isn't that hard. Hoy! That was... Ugh! Two. Go. Okay. Almost fucked that up. Okay. Fuck off. What do I do in this case? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Like, the thing is I don't know how to dodge the rats. Because sometimes it's just impossible to dodge the rats. But the thing is if I don't dodge the rats, I lose too much time. I still can't believe that, like, 5% of the runs that actually make it out of Hub 1 are fucking, like, 122 boats. Like, I forget what I got in my any percent PB, but I believe it was a 122 boat. And to be fair, I can get 121 boats. There is a strat that I am refusing to do that would get me 121 boats because, like, it's even more inconsistent than what I'm doing right now. But I mean, honestly, I can do I can get 121 boats if I really want to. It's just that, like, that level of optimization is not required. Again, it comes down to risk versus reward. And risk is not exactly always a good... Risk is not always worth the reward. Especially not with speedrunning. A lot of people really overestimate how much risk is actually worth it. Since you have to do speedrunning for a long while, it's like, yeah, you can do something that's, like, super fast. You could do something that's, like, super fast, but how many attempts is it going to take for you to get it? How tired are you once you start getting it, and then you have to go through something else that's the same level of risk for, the same level, the small reward? Like in Hundo, if you're doing something that can save you 5 minutes, or 5 seconds, but you have to reset so much in order to get it, are you really going to be able to get into the rest of the game and perform well? You're probably too tired by that point. Stamina is a real thing. Mental stamina is a real thing. By the time that you actually decide, or by the time you actually get something going, if you're too tired to perform for the rest of the run, you will not get a good run, even if your beginning game is super good. And the reason why I'm resisting a 30-second time save in Hundo in specific is because by the time I get there, it is like a 50-50 shot if I continue the run or not. And I'm 30 minutes in after doing hover skip and then cavern, which cavern can just literally kill you for no reason. You basically, like, you went through boiler, which boiler is gonna have a really tough skip. You do get a little bit of a break in classroom and rooftop, but then afterwards you have to do totem, which totem in the mid game is a lot worse than early game because totem is still quite precise because a lot of things can go wrong. And then right before you do slip slide, you have to do a 50-50 trick, and then you have to do slip slide where if you make any mistakes, your run is dead. And then you have to do high seas where the rat can fucking kill you if you're not paying attention. Or, the the first room can easily kill you, because if you're just on the wrong part of the cycle, you just can't land on the thing. So, yeah, it's 30 seconds, but then it's like, but how long is it going to take for me to actually get to that point where I do have that 30 seconds and I'm still like, I still have the stamina to finish out the run, because Cortex Antagony is really fucking hard. And you need to be on top of your game for that. And I mean, I don't mean to rag on Dio, because the thing is Dio is getting good enough to at least finish runs with Cortex Antagony in any percent. That's the thing, is that even with the practice, Cortex Antagony, which is slightly easier in Hundo than it is in any percent, Dio is having trouble finishing it in a 10-minute run. You are 50 minutes into a run by the time you get into Antagony. You need to have the stamina to finish it off. So if you're working on just doing the hardest stuff all the time, where you keep resetting and keep resetting and keep resetting and keep resetting and keep resetting, you're never making it in there. By the time you get to Antagony, you're tired. And Cortex Antagony does not have much room for error. Errors cost lots of time. In my Hundo PB, I lost 35 seconds, I think, to one of the easier tricks. And that was because by the time I got there, I was tired. Yo, Phoebe. So yeah, I don't know why I kind of went on that rant, but it's like, it makes a lot of sense when you get down to think about it, like the risk versus the reward. And really, the biggest issue with any percent and any percent no dimension skip is Hub 1. Because since they're the same, Hub 1 is basically like... Hub 1 is basically like a thing that the game does not want you to get through Hub 1. It doesn't like the nut, it doesn't like anything you do in Hub 1. So 60 to 75% of the runs die in Hub 1. If we had a means to make Hub 1 more consistent without losing speed, but you have no idea about Twinsanity speedrunning, but my talking is interesting. Appreciate it. Basically, I was talking about risk versus reward, because there are some strats I'm not implementing right now. I probably won't implement them in this category. That could save a little bit more time, but there's the risk versus the reward is not worth it. Because, the early game is 75% resets. It's about 75% resets. And that's all just because the physics don't like working. So you kind of have to be a lot more, what's it called? You have to be a little bit more diligent, I guess you could say, about doing runs. But any percent in this category would be a lot more optimized if Hub 1 weren't so damn finicky. No. That jump that I just tried to do is like a 60% or a 40%. The worst that you can get on Xbox, not on PS2, that specific ledge works different on PS2. I have gotten 4 fails in a row with it. But it can literally just not work. It's too precise for humans to get 100% consistent, unfortunately. The nut, unfortunately, has a rotation value, and that rotation value is what makes it very inconsistent. So even if you're trying to slide it, it's not going to always be at the same rotation value. Which can also interfere with hitboxes. It can make you not grab it, or stop you in place, make you have less speed when you slide, or something like that, where Crash just literally slides right behind the nut. You finished your final, you're free? Nice. You wanted to start learning the game, but feel like this game's runs are too advanced. You have no idea where to start. You can start by trying to do all levels. There's the Crash Discord. I'm pretty sure you could easily find it. The Crash Speedrunning Discord. But you do have to bear in mind, yeah, you could send the, yeah, Colty, if you want to send the Discord link, go ahead. All levels is just without any skips and glitches? No, there are no categories without skips and glitches. You don't have invite permissions? That's fucked. Check the announcements. Should be in there. All levels just has the thing where you just have to beat all the levels. Everything else is fair game. This is slow, by the way. It's just I kind of want to get out of Hub 1 and do Hub 2. Nope. No, there's no Twinsanity glitchless category because glitchless is fucking boring for Twinsanity. Glitchless only deserves to exist if it's not pointless. This game would be extremely boring glitchless. Because, and then it leads to stupid arguments. The stupid arguments of like, what is a glitch? Well, the thing is you can't do any long jumps. You have to prevent long jumps from happening. But then you also can't do controllable slide jumps. And then it's like, what is this? What is that? What is this? What is that? Is this a glitch? And it's either going to be where you just run and you do nothing, which is boring. Or it's going to be something where people are going to complain like, why is this in here? That's a glitch. And the category would still be boring. There are games where glitchless is fun. This game would not be fun for glitchless. It would be absolutely pointless. Yeah, that's Minecraft. There's a reason why a lot of people rag on other people for demanding glitchless categories. And then the Wingman XP2, yep. Those are the two. No, not the 8K. No, don't get the 8K. The 8K sucks. Get the original, the PXMP5, not the 8K. The 8K sucks. Well, it doesn't suck, but it doesn't work for Twinsanity. Not with the XP, not with the XP2. Get the original one, which is purple. The only thing that you need to be wary of with the PXMP5 is that the D-pad is pretty bad. It's because it's mechanical. That should have worked, but... Oh wait, no. The PXMP5 is not purple. It's black. The 8K is purple. The 8K is not very good for Twinsanity because it doesn't work with the XB2 at all. Just taking lunch, how's it going? I had an amazing run, but then I died in Brio because I forgot I needed to lose a mask. How hard are the meta any percent glitches? Imagine trying to lift a semi-truck when you're under 4 foot tall. Why do I need to lose a mask? Because you need to death abuse in the perky here cutscene. Otherwise, you lose like 3 or 4 seconds. And you were thinking it got easier. It did get easier. It got harder. A lot harder when you saw Kylie's video. It got harder since then, but more consistent too. But even then, that version of any percent was still very difficult. You also have to remember, and this is something that I always have to tell people. I make this game look very easy. I make this game look extremely easy. This game is not easy. A lot of the stuff you have to learn starting out, except all levels where you could probably do, like, minimal skips, is like at least 5 out of 10 difficulty. That's like the average difficulty for each skip is 5 out of 10 to 6 out of 10. Nut skip isn't. Cursed Splash is 6 out of 10. Is how many hours to do in a run? A lot. Well, depends on how good you are. But it doesn't really have like a numerical value. Like, if I were learning the stuff fresh, I think most of the 5 out of 10 skips I learned in about 20 minutes. That was a decade ago. And, like, I was already very good at performing glitches anyways. For somebody who does not do skips, does not have a lot of experience in pulling off glitches in platformers, it is going to take you time. And just getting the movement down is going to take a lot of time. Dozens of hours. For any percent, if you really want to do exactly what I do in my current any percent run, which is 942, expect 2,000 to 3,000 hours, I would say, if you're starting from scratch. I think my any percent run had like 800 hours. And that was after I was already good. And developing the stuff. So, like, I would say, if you're starting from pure scratch, expect 2,000 to 3,000 hours. And it might even go all the way up to 5,000. Because Cortex Antagony is really hard. There's Dio, who has probably like 500 hours in the game. He can't even do it. No, Fountain Skip is deleted. Dio can't do Cortex Antagony consistently. I can. But I practiced it. I also made the majority of those strats myself. And I also perform it in 100% and all levels. Which means that I have to do Cortex Antagony after like 50 minutes of a run. Like, I would legitimately suspect, and it's why I tell people, don't learn the world record strats for any percent. You shouldn't learn the world record strats for any percent. It was such a fun skip, it was not. It was one of the worst skips I have ever found. There's a reason why there's less than 10 people who have ever pulled it off. And it's actually not because it's super difficult, because it was difficult, but basically you're focusing on two absolutely inconsistent things. Two inconsistent ledges. And no, Xbox doesn't help. Two very inconsistent ledges, along with a fairly inconsistent body slam clip. Which that one could be, I think, 90%, but the ledges are like some ridiculous number. Like 30% at best. Back to back. Though the second one is, come on, man. The second one, you don't die if you fail it. But the first one, yeah, you do. It's also slower. And there's no reason to put it back in this category because this category was made after Nutskip was found. So there's no reason to put a slower and way harder skip in this category. Because this category already has a pretty high skill ceiling. Or, like, it has a high skill floor to begin with. This category doesn't start becoming easy until you get to my level. Like, yeah. As you can see right there. Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. All levels... The reason why all levels is, like, a very good starting category is because you can do whatever you want in all levels as long as you as long as you beat every level. There's no like specific strats you really have to do. How many active runners? 1. Me. The most amount of active runners I can recall was 5 at one time. I mean, this game is really hard, and most people don't fall through with learning the game. What new category would I invent? If I could invent a category, which all levels would still be the best for, like, entry, would be old dimension skip. Because old dimension skip is when everybody was, like, doing any percent. That was before we had the twin split. A lot of people were finishing runs. I got my first record in Twinsanity as well. Like, it was super easy. It was a golden age of Twinsanity speedrunning. Used to be Joe. None of them... No... The only 2 of those that were actually even playing actively together were Noah and Joe. There's many others. There was Pool, there was Smartkin. Do I think there's anything left here to discover? Doubtful. Very doubtful. Any percent only really has 2 things that might be possible, but there's no leads. Well, one of them is a lead, but it only saves half a second, so there's no reason to even try to lab it out. Half a second, or your run just dies. Imagine any percent category with nut skip banned? No. To be quicker and worth implementing? Not likely. Yeah, pretty much. I'm hopeful that someday we won't have to do nut skip anymore. If we don't have to do nut skip, I will be extremely happy. Because nut skip is about 50% of the Hub 1 resets. I would like to also have a better totem skip that doesn't lose time. Because everything we have for skipping totem is super inconsistent. But what would replace nut skip? My own theory is that we could use the slide, or the sled, to gain speed and then just jump. That's my current thought, but... Another thing that could potentially work is a full setup for Giganut. If we get a full setup of Giganut, then, oof. Like, like, let's just say Giganut works every single time, that would replace, like, 25% of those resets. Or it would replace half of them. In all crystals category, all crystals sucks. It's basically the same as, all crystals is the same as all levels. Okay, alright. Fuck you too, then. And also, it's not like in RA, because the jackass that designed RA decided to make it so you can't do skips. I had to redo, I had to replay through the game 3 times in order to get the fucking achievement to trigger. Specifically because the guy designed it so you can't do skips, which is really dumb. Because why would you want to make it so that way you can't do skips? All crystals is the same as 100%, that's all gems. You skip a lot of crystals in Hundo. Crystals do nothing. Come on, man. Are there any tutorials in the Discord, yeah? If you... Mountain Skip doesn't really have a, tutorial, but... Mountain Skip is also, like, a legacy skip. You don't do mountain. So, like, there's no reason to make a tutorial on mountain skip, just because of the fact that who's gonna do mountain skip? Crystals are useless. They don't even have the right particles. I don't know. I don't really care. Okay. So, basically, there most likely won't be tutorials for mountain skip. I don't think I'm even going to make a tutorial for mountain skip. Because there's no reason to do so. I might make a tutorial for Uka skip. Which I think I did at one point, but it's not as, like... It's not as... Oh, fuck off. It's not... If I did, it's not as... It's not as thorough as I could make it now. Tutorial of... Okay, mountain skip easy, by the way. You literally just go across this, this 1 pixel ledge. Then you slide jump, and then you do a long jump and land on another one. And then you make sure you load the chunk, and then you slide underneath the tunnel, and boom. Bat hits you, you are now in the chunk, you got mountain skip. It does say that the tutorial of your choice is a scam. Like... Can I name a few easy skips to start with? learn Mecha Bandicoot skip, which is in the Google Doc that we have in the Twinsanity resources. Understand Brower strats in Cavern. Don't reset over Brower strats, but understand them. Nut. Yes. Maybe Boat OOB? But that's still kind of tough. If you want to, you can try to learn Uka Skip, even though Uka Skip is 5 out of 10 difficulty. Penguin Skip? For Hub 3, no. Nothing for Hub 3 that I can think of. Hub 4, there's a couple of strats. We don't have names for them, but there's a couple of skips in Antagony. I would recommend you, check to see older runs. Emulate with save states to practice. At the beginning, sure. Oh, and also get the European version of the game. Unless you're playing on Xbox. If you're playing on Xbox, you don't need the European version. Just, you need a European console or a soft-modded console to play in 50 Hz. But if you're playing on emulator, get the European version. The nut's being a bitch right now. At the high level, it's not a smart idea to practice with save states. The reason is quite simple. Movement is very different between emulator, PS2, and Xbox. Emulator does read inputs differently. EU Twinsanity? Okay, that's good. Oh, come on! As long as you're using the European version of Twinsanity on PS2, that's fine. And yeah, Cortex Antagony is, like, really, really hard. Come on, man. And you're gonna be a bitch? Come on, man. I just want the fucking nut to work. I just want the nut to work. If I could just get the fucking nut to just work and allow me to get out of Hub 1 several times. This is gonna suck for the subathon. Because, like, I know somebody's gonna want to watch me do any percent runs. I think I said that. 500 bits or a sub, and I will switch to actually doing real any percent attempts. I mean, and I don't mean, like, no resets. I mean actual PB attempts of any percent. A really nice community? I hope so. I think I'm also gonna have any percent no resets on there. I think so. But I will allow people to choose, like, which category I'm grinding, and I will switch. You know. Get... Are you kidding me, dude? I still have yet to kind of figure out some of it. Maybe it's like if I get too much of something or something, I'll like set it to where like I'll do at least 10 minutes of attempts or something like that and then swap out. The nuts just being an absolute fucking prick. It's been on my case all fucking day, dude. It's been really annoying. I got one run into out of hub 3, which was essentially the god run. And then it was a nope. But yeah, just expect, like, people will tell you if shit's too hard. If you're, like, saying, hey, should I go for this? And people say no. Listen. Listen to them. A lot of people who have run Crash Twinsanity are very aware of just how hard a lot of stuff is. Newer runners do not understand how much time it takes to actually get good at certain stuff. I still think Dio could get, like, at least a 10-20. Maybe a 10-10 if he really tries. Because the thing is Dio's not that bad. But a lot of the issues that he has... I mean, part of it is... Well, part of it is Antagony. Stick with watching and cheering on. I mean, you can learn quite a bit. Maybe not this. That, I should have died there, but I didn't, so whatever. I almost died. I died. Damn it. I was one notch to the left. I was one notch to the left, so I died. The game's hard, but it's... most of the stuff up to, I would say, like, for Hundo, anything past 120, I think, or 150, yeah, 120, for any percent, anything past, like, 16 minutes, for all levels, anything past 115, and anything on any percent no dimension skip, like, all of those are fairly easily achievable. Like, the modern meta and also, like, modern meta, modern knowledge makes a lot of the stuff that beginners can do a lot more attainable than you would think. But the biggest, like, hurdle for Twinsanity is just that the damn game is hard. And the problem is the worse you are at the game, the worse the game is. Like, if you look at me, you know, I am resetting a lot because I have to. If I really didn't want to reset, I could. I reset the least amount of basically anybody. Except in any percent and any percent no dimension skip. Because I'm trying to go for, like, a ridiculous fucking time. But, like, in Hundo, if you look at, say, like, the difference between me and Stu, Stu got a 108, I have a 102. If you look at how much he resets over how much I reset, you'll notice I don't reset at all. In comparison. Except on bad days. And I have bad days. The better you get at this game, the less you reset. Because the better you get, the more you can deal with issues. But the problem is that in order to get to that point, you have to actually be quite good at the game. And in order to get quite good at the game, you have to really put a lot of work into it and understand it. And that is not an easy task. Because I have noticed this. Once I reached the point where I was starting to become at the level of the old gods, which was Smartkin and Pool, I was starting to really enjoy running the game because, like, instead of having, like, oh, well, this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened, I could prevent it from happening. I could still keep doing runs, and the runs were still quite fast. And then once I was at the level where I got my current any percent time, it sucked again, because I had to go for a whole bunch of, like, really tough stuff. And now, like, at my current skill level, things are quite fun again, except in all levels, because all levels sucks balls. It's an ebb and flow, where, like, you eventually get good, but then since you're good, you have to go for harder stuff, and then you just get good at the harder stuff, and then you just kind of keep going back and forth between, like, adding harder stuff. I almost died. I should have died there. However, I did not. Okay. That was quite slow. That's definitely the fastest way to do it, which is really nice because that's also easier than the other shit I was trying to do. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's faster. Going to the right of that detonator is really nice. Hey, I thought I was dead. Interesting movement. I almost touched the cutscene trigger. There we go. Nice. Holy shit, I am super far ahead. Holy fuck. I don't know if I'm even... I might be too fast. I might not make the cycle. Buena save. Gracias por la suerte. This is sketchy. This is very sketchy. I'll make it. I just need it. There we go. Okay. This is definitely best seg pace, by the way. Oh shit. This run is fast. Of course my capture card's doing that thing again. Well, it's not really my capture card. I believe it's my graphics card. Come on, fix yourself, dude. This is the damn run. I don't want it looking like this. What's wrong with it? It drops to like 20 FPS. Oh, it's doing it again? Dude, come on. I am ahead of my summer best.
Yummy fresh meat for my pot.
Come on, that's safe. Tienes que ir otra vez. Vale. Gracias por pasarte. Okay. Holy shit. Woo! Not as fast as last time. Woo! But that was fast. Actually, no, that was as fast as last time. I split early. Yeah, by the way, this run is fucking phenomenal.
Tell us where the treasure is, and we'll let you go.
As you can see, I am ahead of my summer best right now.
Embryo, get changed.
I'm going to probably be even more ahead of my best. Seg. Soon. One, two, three, four. Estoy en el mejor pace, obviamente porque estoy. Maybe this is run, I don't know. Porque es más rápido en el shop. I hope this is the run. It's attempt number 1569. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also nice. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Boing, 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 boing. Ribbit, ribbit. Ah, got me down. Ribbit, ribbit. Boing, 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 boing. Ribbit, ribbit. Ah, get down, kick it down. What time am I aiming for? 24-3x. 1, 2, 3, 4. If things keep going this way, I will actually get 24-2x.
Come along.
To the Psychotron! Okay. Oh, yeah.
You monster! Let my brother go!
As long as I don't get the slow death, I will still be ahead of my sum of best, I think.
My crystals.
If I get a really good AoE skip, oof.
Thanks to Purdy here. Must be repaired, and only one person can help.
I have 5 seconds of time save in AoE, in Academy, in Ant Agony, I have 5 seconds of time save just from the final boss.
And there.
Off of my best segs. So the only one, the only, like, if I do really well in Academy of Evil skip, oof. Unless I get slow death here. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah. Best seg incoming. Oh no. Oh man. Oh man. Holy fuck. Okay, here it comes. Oh shit. Oh! No! Fuck me! Come on, man! That's such a stupid way to lose a fucking insane pace. Come on. No, dude, no. Okay, so in case anybody wants to know what just happened, I missed the jump and I freaked out, but the problem is that there are there's 2 different invisible walls and I needed the speed to catch the platform. So, yeah, that run is going up on YouTube. Regardless of anything else, that run is going to go onto YouTube. Like, holy fuck. That fucking pace was crazy? Did you miss a run? Yes, because I was ahead of my sum of best into Academy of Evil skip, and I had, like, super fast. I got into Amberly's Arena super fast. I was essentially on pace to be 5 seconds ahead of my sum of best. That was the run. Now, here's the nice thing. So there's good and bad to this. The nice thing is that I am now getting to the point where when I'm doing, this run, I'm getting to the point where, like, I'm getting really good at saving a bunch of time in high seas. And just Hub 2 in general, because I've mastered the movement in Hub 2. I mean, the fact that I got another best seg because because I added a couple more slide jumps into the walrus chase, and also I have created a faster yet easier movement for the pre-high seas tunnel. High seas is now, or well, Hub 2 is now mostly mastered. There's not much else I can squeeze out of it. There's 2 more slide jumps I can squeeze out of, there's 2 slide jumps I can squeeze out of high seas, pre-engine. And there's 2 slide jumps I can squeeze out of, the walrus chase. One of the slide jumps I don't do is the reason you can't do engine skip. No, the reason is because you just can't land on the thing. Like, you fall onto the thing, but it's like, you take damage off of it. Is the Amberley load RNG? No. I used to think it was. It is not RNG. But yeah, you can't land on it without taking damage. And I worked pretty extensively to... I came up with a method that almost worked, but it was really hard, and it still didn't work. You still die to the fall timer. Which is the whole reason why you can't do it. And you can't do zombie. Someone said there was a death plane. No. I don't think so. I mean, there might be, but surrounding where you need to fall, no. The only reason why you need zombie is because you just can't fall. You just can't fall on, like, the little spiky lake things and not take damage. If you could prevent yourself from taking damage on those, then yes, you would be able to do so. Problem is the only way to do that is with zombie, and the thing is you cannot complete high seas if you have zombie. It is impossible to finish high seas with zombie, and it is impossible to lose zombie after engine because there's no masks. You don't get masks in the walrus chase. You do get a mask in the cutscene, but it doesn't delete zombie. And you need to lose zombie for 2 reasons. One is to grab a checkpoint, and the other reason is, Brio insta-kills you if you're zombie. This is behavior that happens with most bosses, is if you have zombie and you go to the boss, you die. This does happen in Dingo Dial. I think it happens in the twins fight. It happens in Brio. Because the bosses do a little dance, and then after the dance, the game is set to, it takes you back to the previous checkpoint. Fuck you. Plus, there's no place where you can get zombie. Even if you could, because there is a place where you can get the zombie state, but you soft lock, and it's with the Iceberg Lab cutscene. So, engine, I guess you would save time on engine. It would make high seas so much easier to have zombie there, but again, the problem is you can't beat Brio in zombie. And you can't lose zombie. There's nowhere to die where you wouldn't respawn back to the beginning of high seas. Because, like, holy shit, if you could skip engine, that would be massive time save. Skipping engine without zombie would be massive fucking time save. It would be great for all levels. It would be great for this category, though I'm not sure if we would allow it. Because the more distinct this category is, the more it deserves to exist. It would also mean, less incentive to split hundo. Because if you could do, engine skip without, hang on, I gotta concentrate. If you could do engine skip in classic hundo, then there's even less distinction between classic route hundo and curse route. The reason why the name hasn't changed is because of laziness, and there's unfortunately, no better way to call it. I've thought about ways to change the name, and I can't come up with anything. Man. I almost hit that cutscene. Fuck off. Okay. My thumb is sliding off and is no longer sliding off. Okay. All hubs doesn't make sense. Because the definition would be difficult to define, because what does all hubs mean? Because if we only do all hubs, then Cortex Antagony is allowed, and that makes the category have less of a reason to exist. better reason would be to call it Yere, any percent. Because that is a reason why the category exists in the first place. Or call it Legacy any percent. But then again, it's like... If it's like that, people don't really understand what the category is. He just walked directly over there. Am I gonna get another best seg? I might. No. Okay. Yeah, the two slide jumps I don't go for here are extremely risky. I'll point out which ones I don't go for. Almost died. So this is one of the slide jumps I don't go for because I usually run into the nitros if I do. This is another one I don't go for because I'm scared of hitting the nitros. Even though I haven't really actually hit the nitros for when doing it, I'm still scared to do it. If I were to push out 2 more slide jumps, I could save like another 1.5 seconds, I think. And there are two there are 2 slide jumps that I don't do in... There's 2 slide jumps I don't go for with Mountain Skip. So there's 4 slide jumps in total I don't go for. Did I take damage? I did. Okay. This is about the same pace as the last run, too. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm half a second off of my last run. Depending on how well this goes... 1, 2, 3, 4... Depending on how well this goes... Ooh, I almost died. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yo, Dio. You missed an insane run 10 resets ago. Where I was ahead of my sum of best, and I am only half a second off of that run right now.
Come along to the Psychotron.
And the worst part is that I actually did get the AoE skip body slam first try. That was the worst feeling. But then I missed one jump in AoE skip, and I couldn't jump to the platform, to the moving platform. And that was only with 2 pauses. Okay. Yo, thanks for the stonks,
You monster!
Liver.
Let my brother go!
So that was faster for no reason. Interesting. Doing a long jump is slower? Okay.
Ruined! Thanks to Perky here.
Perky here must be repaired, and only one person can help. My niece, Nina Cortex.
If I get everything from last run, oof.
Obviously, I've made a few modifications.
Missions here and there. Quickly, to my private dirigible. Set a course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil.
Okay, now we get to find out. Does the game bless or hate? Okay, the game has blessed it. Okay. Okay. Nope. Damn it. Dude, get up there. Okay. No! Stop! Oh, this run sucks balls now. Oh, no. Come on. Stop. And the game just decided to drop the jump. Nice. So the good news is, because there's good news, is that, Hub 2 is basically optimized now. Only 4 more slide jumps. I can only add 4 more slide jumps, and, 2 of them are really... Well, actually, 3 of them are really risky. And the 4th one, I'm scared of doing it, but it might not be risky. 2 of them are in Mountain Skip. Only reason I'm not going for that is because I don't want to do any more resets. If I didn't reset so damn much in Hub 1, I would be doing Mountain Skip a lot more risky and a lot faster. Oh shit. My sum of best is now 24-26. My possible sum of best is almost sub 2410. Because I still haven't gotten a run where AoE skip went perfectly. I've done it in practice, but not timed. Oh, I'm still comparing against my best segs. It still baffles me that more than 10% of my runs have 123 boats. What the fuck? Okay. That was really slow. But yeah, this, so this is the fastest movement for this area. Which is faster than the other shit I was doing, which was really dumb when I was behind. And I can do this part slightly faster, actually, so there's 5 different, slide jumps I could add. Yo, Mongoli. Okay, here we go. One, two, 1, 2. Nada, buenas. ¿Cómo andas? Uf, qué rápido. I'm ahead of the cycle. Damn. I'm really ahead of the cycle. Holy shit. Uf. La run está rápida. Rapidísima. No, 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 no. Okay, that might not be good. Good to see me spin the sack again. That sounds weird. Oh, Al Jesús, es verdad. Buenas, Al Jesús. Okay, 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 okay. Otro gol de split. It's gonna be another best seg. Pretty sure. We shall see. I think this is gonna be a best seg. Oof, I almost fell. It's really fast. Interesting, okay. Hold up. Oh shit. Oh shit. I linked that entire slide jump combo? No way. I didn't even stop. That was half a second, unfortunately. Where am I? Where am I? There I am. I lost, I didn't lose any time. Holy shit. I lost, like... How much time did I lose? I lost, like, 0.7 seconds, and I'm still at another best seg pace for this. I am so surprised. I'm so surprised, like, I was able to get that slide jump combo without stopping, which is really, or the slide chain. I was able to chain all of those slide jumps together, which was, oof. Let me see here. I did not take damage, so... This is kind of crazy that in the past, like... What, 20 attempts? In the past 12 attempts, I have had 3 paces this fast. One, two, three, four... Third time's the charm, right? One, two, three, four. Okay, I need to get rid of my mask. Okay. There are 3 RNG sections, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. There are 3 RNG sections. It's high seas with the rats. Then it is the death abuse that's coming up. And then it's the ant fight. The ant fight in Antagony. No! Come on! I fucked that up? No. I had a feeling I was gonna mess that up. Dude, I wanted to stop at like 4 hours, but the thing is right now, I'm doing fucking insane. Like, I'm getting some I'm getting incredible paces. Dio, I was faster than that. And I got the body slam first try. Nah. Back to back? It was gonna be super fast, but then I had to stay on the rock for a little bit. I think that was gonna be a 122 boat. It still was a 122 boat, okay. Despite me losing, like, tons of fucking time. That was still a 122 boat, which is hilarious. I did not get the long jump there, unfortunately. That's quite a lot of time loss. Because I didn't get the long jump, and then I also didn't get the bat was slow. I guess we find out how much time I've lost then. About 1.5 seconds. Fuck off. I'm resetting. I'm still here. I shouldn't be, but I am. I have been having, like, extreme pacers. The runs, like, in the past 20 resets, I've had 3 pacers. One that was even ahead of my sum of best. How am I? Kinda hungry. I'm not very tilted. The weather's pretty good today, so I'm not, like, I'm not having any issues. Okay, what is going on? That's 3 in a row. The game has evil plans. The game has evil plans. I thought so. Okay. So we are going to, unfortunately, do the fast mountain then. That is 3 runs in a row where Hub 1 just said hi. And I knew something was up. I don't usually get 3 runs in a row that get out of Hub 1. That means the game is planning something. Unless it's starting to give up and allowing me to push through, which, I don't know. Okay, yeah. It's back to normal. But my, my sum of best has dropped like 2 seconds. Almost more than that, actually. Because of, like, I had a really good AoE skip, I just choked. And it was fastest run. Which sucks, because, like, I don't want fastest run to just, like, I mean, it was fastest run, but I am improving Hub 2. Hub 2 is almost optimized fully. Really, the optimizations that I could add in Hub 1, though, or Hub 2 are pretty risky. No. Unfortunately, like... Hub 3 is pretty optimized. It's just I haven't done an optimal run of it yet. Hub 4 is also optimized, but same deal. I haven't done an optimal run for it. In my PB, my warp skip was fucking immaculate though, so I highly doubt I can do better than what I have in my PB. So warp skip is the one. Like, out of the last three splits, Warp Skip's the one where I highly doubt I'm going to improve. Because I just did Warp Skip perfectly. Not perfectly. I could squeeze another second out of it, but there's no point. Technically, I could squeeze 2 seconds out of it, but again, like, I don't really care. Antagony still has 10 seconds because of, it could technically be 7:08, I think, at most. Actually, 7:05 would be the absolute fastest I could do. But the thing is I need perfect ant RNG. I need ball glitch, and I also need to do the extended frame perfect boss fight shit for Nina, which saves 3 seconds. So technically I could get like 7:05. And then I have, like, almost 10 more seconds to save. Yeah. If I really wanted to push for 2410, I could. Now that I'm thinking about it, if I really wanted to push for 2410, I could. Do I want to? No. However, I mean, it's the same thing I said about standard any percent. I will not seriously, as in, what I mean by seriously is, like, actually, of my own accord, try to optimize this category further than 24.2x, or standard any percent. Unless we have a more consistent Hub 1. If we had a more consistent Hub 1, like, let's say 80% of runs make it out of Hub 1, I would start going and implementing harder shit. Now, of course, with the whole subathon thing, yes, I will do serious any percent attempts, but that's why I'm saying of my own accord. All you have to do is throw me money and I will do serious any percent attempts. Or if you want me to do all levels, you can throw me some money. Or if you want me to do hundo, throw me some money. Or if you want me to do any percent, no resets, throw me some money. That's not right now. I haven't decided on a day yet. And I have to do some numbers and some math. This is pretty fast. This is really fast. If only you had money. Imagine. This is the fastest hub 1 I've ever done. This is the fastest hub 1 I've ever done without Giganut. Like, by far. I'm not sure why the fuck this is so fast, but this is, like, ridiculous. That was almost a 121. That was almost a 121 without Giganut. What was that? A crazy fast hub 1. Buenas. How? I don't know. It just happened. Gracias por la suerte. I have never seen a, I've never seen a 49 when I was going for the body slam. That is the first time I've ever seen a 49 with that body slam, so, like, holy fuck. Fuck me. I'm behind on the cycle, unfortunately. So, yes, but it's also because that's just my, best seg in general. How often do I stream? I'm gonna start streaming not every day, but, decently often. Ugh, my headset fucking disconnected, you fucking bitch. I really don't know how the fuck I did that, because that was a 122.2 boat. I've never done, I've never done a hub 1 that fast before. Yo, Flowers, you have been missing some crazy pacers, dude. In the past, like, 30 resets, I have had 3 runs make it to, Academy of Evil. On, like, less than 1 second behind my sum of best, including one that was ahead. And I also just had my fastest hub 1 I've ever done. Without Giganut. I mean, I've had faster hub 1s, but with other strats, not with this. Like, I saw a 49 body slam, which, for totem skip, I have never seen a 49 before. I usually see 50, like, mid-50s. Cheesy Giganut. I don't go for Giganut anymore. If someone finds a consistent way to do Giganut, like, amazing, because I would love that. Dude. If we had a super consistent way to do Giganut without stopping, or even with stopping, to be honest, even with stopping, how much is for Giganut and Subathon? Probably not. At least you haven't missed the record, yeah. In the run where I was ahead of my sum of best, I got the body slam first try, and I was super fast entering the Amberly fight, but then I missed a jump and almost died, and then I couldn't. It was too slow to make it past the moving platform, so I lost the run, unfortunately. And the thing is that because that one was so fast, if I actually got AoE skip, ooh, I would have gotten like a best seg by like 6 seconds. Earlier today, by the way, I almost got a best seg in AoE skip, missing the body slam. I think that was also a 49 body slam. It's not as fast as the other one, though. Barry Lyndon to watch this. This is very close to... No! You're kidding. Come on, man. Why did you drop that jump? Well, it was a 122 boat. It was still a 122 boat, okay. Why? Why did you miss the fucking long jump? You just wanted to eat before coming on Twitch? Makes sense. I'm having pacers, like, really at this point? Really at this point, it only comes down to, if I can reach up for. If I can get into Antagony, I think it's over. However, the problem is I have to hold out. My stamina is going to wane in about 30 minutes. I'm gonna start losing stamina in about 30. Approximately 30 minutes. So I basically just have to hold out until, I just have to hold out until I can get past Hub 3. But yeah, that's the thing, is that I just need to hold out for another 30 minutes or so. I think my next one, I don't know what Kubrick is, but if I don't PB today, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's a rest day. I'm gonna stream on Saturday. I think we're going to get the run by at least the weekend. Made the shitting, I don't know who that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what private pile is. I don't know. I don't watch movies. They meant The Shining. That still doesn't help. Yeah, let's see my next run into AoE. And that might be my last run of the day. But I also kind of just have this feeling that if I reach the next run that reaches AoE, that's gonna be it. I can't explain it, but I just have this feeling that that's probably gonna be it. And if I'm on crazy pace like the last time, and I get AoE skip first try, ooh. Nice. Nice. Slow, but nice. Very slow, actually. Oh, come on. Considerably slow. My volume suddenly got louder. I need to turn it down. You're falling asleep watching to my stream, understandable somehow? Thanks for the good luck. That's much better. Okay. Okay. All right. Where is Crash right now? There he is. Pretty fast. Whoa! Oh, okay. A little bit of time lost, but it's not too bad. Yeah, it's fine. Bad movement. One, two, three. Might have to spam. Okay, there you go. Don't move. He moved. Okay. Kind of slow, but I mean, we take those. Pretty slow, yeah. Better than nothing, yeah. That was slow too. I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna do it in this order. See if this order actually helps. Does it change much? I don't know. There's lag in this, There's lag in this, arena. So I don't know what influences... Wow, this is really slow, okay. Never mind, it wasn't really slow. Okay. I think I'm gonna go for, the full slide chain. Never mind. I went for one of them. That was some serious greed, too. Okay. It's a little bit slower than the last high seas, but it's still pretty fast.
Rats are leaving the sinking ship.
I think I took damage, so
is and
We'll let you go. Pilot. Looks like we have to wring it out of him. Brio, get changed. Buffalo explode, true. I don't know, I might be able to squeeze a little bit of time out because I'm doing a new movement strat. Okay. One, two, three, four. Yeah, don't forget, I know. Crash is smiling for the audience. One, two, three, four. My calf is starting to fucking freak the fuck out. That happens sometimes. One, two, three, four. Bing. Okay. Now for the part that actually matters.
This way, to the Psychotron!
Okay. Okay. I'm only a little bit behind the last run. I'm gonna lose a bit of time here.
Ruined, thanks to Perky here. Must be repaired, and only one person can.
If I get AoE skip super fast, oof.
Nina Cortex.
We will be on.
Obviously, I've made
We will be on pace.
here and there. Quickly to my private dirigible. Set a course
It's from Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil!
Come along.
Okay. Yep, good RNG. We only have one more place where there's RNG. Take damage. I mean, technically there's a little bit here in a way, but like got caught by the ceiling. No, okay. No! Stop! Jeez. What? Well, I didn't really lose time from that. Okay. So, bad news. I'm losing quite a bit of time. I'm losing 8 seconds off of my sum of best.
Crybaby Cortex is all grown up. You found employment as a barber.
I'm an evil scientist.
That's the bad news. The good news is I can still get...
Be a little bird.
Okay. What? I have... I can't move Cortex's head. Oh, there we go. It's unfortunate, yep. I'm gonna lose quite a bit of time. If I'm really fast, I might only lose like 4 seconds. Well, if I'm really fast, I might only lose 3 off of this, off of the best split time. Okay. All right. I'm 10 seconds off of my sum of best. Which, by the way, 24 3x is still pretty much on the table. Why do you take 0 damage when spinning? Because sometimes, depending on the thing, you just don't take damage. It depends on if it's like a spike or something. Okay, here we go. Do I get... do I get hug skip? That's number 1.
Come now as we explore a new dimension.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Okay. I should not have, I should not have gotten that. Surely it's so you could damage enemies without taking damage. Yes, that is correct.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil.
How far off am I from my...
This is where we wrong
My best egg, 11 seconds.
Under the rug.
Oh. Okay, everybody type "here it comes" in all caps with no spaces. Because this is indeed the time where it comes. The sub 2430 is not possible. Pray for good RNG. I choked pretty bad. Why the f... Don't worry about it. Okay, he was good. Yo, Saucy. The camera almost fucked me up. Oh, yeah. I have to wait, which means I'm gonna be behind on the cycle. It's fine, though. What the hell, man? No, that's really bad. No, man. Well, if I get ball glitch, then it'll be a 2430. Fuck you. Is it gonna be a 24:30? I forget what the time, I forget how much time the final boss takes. I just have to not suck. It's like 140 something. It is, it might depend specifically on how fast the Cortex fight goes. Bastards. I don't think so. Nah, no way. Nah. I don't think so. Wait, maybe? Hang on. What? 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 How is that? What? How is that a... What? What? How is that a 24-3X? What? 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 That was slow as fuck! What? How? I missed fucking God Cycle. I lost like 4 or 5 seconds on the fucking RNG in the ant fight. What? What? That makes no fucking sense. What? That makes no sense. I lost 10 seconds and I didn't even have fucking ball glitch. What?
Has been a constant reminder
What?
of that mistake. But I've learned something from all of this. I've learned that you can't
What the fuck?
your mistakes, but
What?
bury them.
What?
Never want to see your ridiculous face again.
How is that a 721? I don't get how that was a 721. That was a really slow antagony. I just don't get it. How?
What is this?
That was a 721, yes. You don't even need ball glitch for it. I lost 10 seconds just from bad RNG and missing the God Cycle. God Cycle itself is 5.6 seconds. God Cycle in and of itself is 5.6 seconds. And I lost at least 4 seconds to the ant fight. I lost 10 seconds without ball glitch. Yeah, I think 2x is gonna happen. I think I'm gonna want to go for the 2x. Because, like, that fucking AoE skip was terrible. That Hub 4 was terrible. Like, I mean, it just, like, holy fuck. Why? That's a certified Humble Bumblebee run. It is not. This run sucked. Sloth. I lost 10 seconds in ant agony. I lost 10 fucking seconds in fucking Ant Agony. I lost 10 seconds in fucking AoE skip. I could legitimately fucking get a 1x. Let me see here. Yeah, I could legitimately get... I could get a 24 1x. I underestimated the amount of time save I had in Ant Agony. Because, like, that was almost tied for my best Ant Agony, which did have Ball Glitch, by the way. That is tied for my best Ant Agony ever without Cortex. Are we doing the 2x? I think I'm gonna go for the 2x. I don't think 1x is worth it. But 2x, absolutely. We're gonna be going for the 2x. Okay. I want to cool down. With Ball Glitch, could I do a low 24 1x? I don't know. I don't think about a low. Sí lo logré, pero era horrible. ¿Cómo se dice? Puedo ahorrar casi 20 segundos más, así que voy a hacer más, pero hoy no. So, let me see here. I'm gonna check to see if there's anybody to raid. Oh, there's Blord. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Let's do some any percent, no resets. I'm pretty sure that was a 24-3-8, but I'm not sure. I just don't fucking get. I don't get it. I don't get how that run just existed. Like, what the fuck? I have to go back and retime it. I split a little early, I think. But it was still a 3x. I'm certain it wasn't a 4x. I brought it into existence? Probably. Oh, whoops. Almost forgot to grab that life. Cortex Antagony is possible, it just shouldn't be done. No, I'm just doing no reset. I'm gonna do a no reset of any percent to cool down. Another case of not worth it. No. It just shouldn't be done because it's a legacy category. Why shouldn't it be done legacy category? Dude, Dude, come on. Okay. Hang on. I'm going to switch to NTSC. And then I'll do a no reset. The problem wasn't the bat. The camera didn't flip over. The camera reacts differently depending on, The camera reacts differently depending on, if you're, depending on, which version you're playing on. Putos murciélagos, exacto. Yo diría lo mismo. Yeah, like one of the things about if I'm doing, dude, what the fuck? One of the things about if I'm doing what's it called? When I'm doing mountain skip is that sometimes because the camera moves differently, I fail it. Some of the failures in mountain skip are purely because I'm on the European version and I'm so used to the NTSC version that it's just more difficult for me to pull off certain skips. Don't you? It's really dumb. That works on the European version. Ugh. What? Nah. You know what? I lied. I'm not gonna do anymore. I'm too tired. Is there any other version differences? Nothing that's like really, nothing notable. Oh, Blord's... No, he didn't stop. Okay. We're gonna raid him. Hang on. And then, yeah, so, rest of the day, let's hope so. I'm not gonna be live tomorrow, by the way, but Saturday I will.